Chapter 421. This was a small city 250 kilometers away from the Clear River Prefecture. It was called a small city, but it still had a population of several tens of thousands. As far as the eye could see, there was only a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The red blood soaked the ground, turning it black before being frozen by the winter. It was sticky and slippery. With each step Li Qingshan took, he would alarm countless crows and various unknown scavenging birds. However, what was even stranger was that there were no signs of enemies invading this place. A woman in an apron and wielding a cleaver plunged her cleaver viciously into a man's head. At the same time, the man retaliated right before his death, crushing her throat. His expression before his death was utterly furious, like he was facing his mortal enemy. From where they stood, they should have been husband and wife. The virtuous woman should have finished cooking and called for the man to eat. A regular soldier with a spear pierced the chest of an armored military officer. At the same time, 3 spears pierced him. They all wore the same attire, as if they were soldiers responsible for defending the city. Now, they had been reduced to a pile of ice-cold corpses. They had forgotten their responsibilities and killed one another. A child with a bun used a hemp rope as a belt around the neck of another child beside her. His head had caved in from the metal ball that was originally a toy in his hand. His dead face was filled with viciousness and killing intent that did not belong to a child. The blooded metal ball rolled to one side. This was originally a very ordinary game between friends. Wives killing husbands, soldiers killing commanders, friends killing partners. It was like the people in the city had gone mad together, launching desperate attacks against the people around them in an attempt to drag them down with them. Li Qingshan could vaguely guess who had done this. He clenched his fists as his expression became rather ugly. "I thought you'd like it. Fortunately, it's winter. If it were summer, it'd be much more entertaining." Qian Rongji walked over from behind. "Doesn't anyone do anything about it?" There were in the beginning, but after being killed a few times, they all learnt their lesson. Who would sacrifice themselves for mortals that are no different from ants? Oh right. There was one a while ago. The one-thought master came to deliver the masses from suffering. He challenged the rock demon, but he lost. The rock demon. Li Qingshan confirmed in his heart that there was no mistake. This was the power of the Stone of Slaughter. Strong stone had arrived here. He released his innate ability, causing everyone to fall into a frenzy and die. To a monster like him, massacring an entire city was not a difficult task. As long as Li Qingshan was willing, he could also cause a huge earthquake here and turn the entire city into ruins. You still don't know. Now, the demons were under the command of the stone fiends and blood fiends. They were great fiendish demons that had massacred countless cities. The cities that were massacred by the stone fiends were like this, while the cities that were massacred by the blood fiends were filled with corpses without a single drop of blood in their bodies. Whether it was the 100 schools of thought or the demon slayer, there aren't many who can fight against them. Then what are we doing here? What's there to investigate here? Collect the corpse. Collect the corpse. This is a good job, I can see that. Wasungzon takes good care of you. Look, what's that? Qian Rongji pointed forward. Under the setting sun, a swaying figure stood up. A survivor. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat, but he immediately rejected this idea. The figure was a burly farmer. His eyes were white, and his fangs protruded. His body had already turned green, and his entire body was surrounded by corpse aura. Suddenly, he turned his head and locked onto a trace of a living person's aura. He roared and pounced at Li Qingshan. A wooden cart blocked his way, but he smashed it into pieces. This is a zombie. Li Qingshan suddenly understood. Qian Rongji dashed forward, and a bronze hoop flew out of her hand. She smashed it on the zombie's head, and the zombie disappeared. The bronze hoop flashed and returned to her hand. There was a faint bloodstain on it, and it almost covered the entire hoop. The dead have great resentment. With a little refinement, they can be turned into corpse soldiers that can charge into enemy lines. The quality of the corpse soldiers produced in the cities that were massacred by the stone demons are especially good. Their murderous aura lingers for a long time, and they can even be turned into zombies and refined into corpse generals, Chen Rongji said with a sweet smile. One by one, the corpses crawled up from the ground. Under the setting sun, they howled, as if they were expressing their endless resentment. Li Qingshan was also shocked by this scene. The words that he wanted to criticize Chen Rongji were at the tip of his tongue, but he was rendered speechless. Everything that happened in front of him was partly his responsibility. Of course, he could defend himself by saying that it was the demon slayer who instigated all of this, that the war between humans and demons was inevitable, and that he was only a pawn. However, in front of the scene in front of him, all excuses became useless. Even if he was only responsible for 1 in 10,000, it was still as heavy as a mountain. Ignoring Li Qingshan's thoughts, Chen Rongji's footsteps were light, and she subdued the zombies one by one. Little and tugged at Li Qingshan's sleeve, and revealed a worried expression. Li Qingshan patted her head, and quietly went to collect the corpses. A raccoon-like demon shuttled through the alleys, constantly changing directions. It avoided the bursting flames. A few fireballs flew above the city, illuminating the night sky. It was a few disciples of the fire cloud gate, dressed in scarlet robes, chasing after it, unleashing fireballs that ignited the flames. Smoke rose from the city, and the flames spread. The noise and wails soared into the sky like smoke signals. Li Qingshan looked down from the sky, and he was shocked. From his point of view, it seemed like a few cultivators were setting the city on fire. Before he could complete the first mission, he received a second mission. There were traces of demons in the city, and he had to eliminate them. But when he arrived, he only saw this scene. Someone got here first. It's the fire cloud gate, said Chen Rongji. What are they doing? Purging demons, of course. It's fine. When they succeed, we'll just kill them as well, and we'll even get a few hundred treasure pouches. Don't look at me like that. Even if they have the chance, they won't go easy on us. The 100 schools of thought lost so many disciples, and they didn't just die in the mouths of demons. The threat of the demon race did not unite the humans. Instead, it broke the original order, causing the conflict to become more intense. Although they did not have the bewitchment of the Stone of Slaughter, killing each other was already the norm. To be able to obtain a few hundred treasure pouches without any danger, no one would mind. After all, in this chaotic world, no one would look into it. Before Chen Rongji could finish her words, Li Qingshan flew down. Oh no! Senior brother, it escaped. The raccoon-like demon was extremely nimble. It turned a corner and disappeared. The fire cloud gate's disciples followed it, and when they saw a small hole in the wall, they couldn't help feeling dejected. That was a beast core. At this moment, Li Qingshan descended from above. The disciples of the fire cloud sect immediately raised their guards. Li Qingshan waved his hand and conjured a few water dragons, lunging towards the fire and putting out the spreading flames. The fire cloud gate's disciples' faces immediately changed. This person was definitely not someone they could deal with. I wonder which senior brother has arrived. Why haven't I seen you before? The leader of the group was an 8th layer Qi refining realm disciple. He mustered his courage and went up to greet Li Qingshan. Seeing that Li Qingshan had appeared in public, it did not seem like he was going to kill them immediately. Did you guys catch that demon? Asked Li Qingshan as he stood on the roof. Nope, or I would have handed it over with both hands. Then do you know how many people you've killed? Li Qingshan gazed at the city in the distance. There were still wisps of green smoke rising into the sky. With his extraordinary hearing, he could clearly hear the many sobs and moans, flying into the night sky like weeping and complaining. In the blink of an eye, countless families had been destroyed. Even if Li Qingshan had a heart of stone, he couldn't remain indifferent to all of this. If we don't kill this demon, more people will die. On the other hand, the Fire Cloud Gate's disciple was more resolute than Li Qingshan. He then pretended to be compassionate and said, "Sai, we didn't want this to happen either. But if we're not careful, we'll be taken advantage of by the demon." When humans and demons fought, most of them didn't fight in the wilderness, but in the city. Powerful demons would massacre the city to vent their anger, while weak demons would use the complicated terrain to hide and treat humans as food. It was a common occurrence. When they fought, they would prioritize their own lives. Why would they care about the lives of mortals? Li Qingshan waved his hand, and the fire cloud gate's disciples flew out of the city as if they had been pardoned. They gradually turned into a few sparks of light, but they suddenly extinguished. Another mission, said Qian Rongji as she walked over from where the sparks were extinguished. Her collection of corpses had increased by a few more. Li Qingshan turned a deaf ear to her. He crossed his arms and fell into deep thought, like a statue in the darkness. What's wrong? After 3 years of seclusion, you've turned from a ferocious tiger into a timid cat. Qian Rongji smiled faintly. She thought that she could work with him more often, but his performance disappointed her. She was even angry that she took the risk to anger him. Little and looked at Qian Rongji. Qian Rongji raised her hands and shrugged, not saying a word. Thank you, great immortal. Thank you, great immortal. The commoners in the city gathered under the eaves, kowtowing, expressing their gratitude, and asking for help. Li Qingshan turned a deaf ear to them, and the crowd soon dispersed. Unknowingly, a night had passed. The stars had faded, and the east was shining. At the corner of the wall, Qian Rongji, who was holding Little An's hand and teasing her, suddenly raised her head and looked at Li Qingshan. Gradually, a familiar feeling came from him, causing her to tremble. The morning sun in the east gilded him with a layer of golden radiance. Let's go, Little Anne. Let's go back. Li Qingshan opened his eyes. There was no longer a trace of confusion in his eyes, and it turned into determination. Little Anne leaped up and returned to his side, holding onto his finger. Mission, said Qian Rongji. Boring mission, go and do it yourself. Li Qingshan's expression was as if he had just woken up, with a bit of laziness. Leaving Qian Rongji behind, he took Little Anne and flew away. A dream that lasted 3 years, awakened at this moment. Qian Rongji looked up at him disappearing into the horizon, and suddenly smiled. This kind of you is still somewhat useful. In the high sky where the wind was raging, Little Anne cast a questioning gaze over. I'm not you, I can't not help either side, and I can't end everything. I will go and bear my responsibilities, as a human, as a demon. Li Qingshan stared at the golden horizon, and the corner of his mouth curled up. There was a bit of sharpness and naivety in his smile. Vaguely, he was still that high-spirited young ranger. I'm not a very smart person, and I can't think of any good ideas. But, as long as both sides are killed, the war will stop. Chapter 422. All right, I'll help you. At this moment, no one would know that a restless chess piece would truly enter the game. Moreover, no one could imagine what kind of changes his appearance would bring. Li Qingshan returned to Cloudwisp Island. Inside the bamboo house, he frowned as he heard a woman's moaning coming from Liu Chuanfeng's room. Could this guy be using the divine talisman of great creation for this kind of thing again? Li Qingshan said to Little Anne, "Wait here." Then, he quickly stepped forward and kicked the door open. As expected, Liu Chuanfeng was entangled with a naked woman. The woman was so lifelike that even Li Qingshan could not tell whether she was real or not. Liu Chuanfeng turned around and saw Li Qingshan. He was pleasantly surprised and said, "Who is it?" "Qingshan, you really came out of seclusion." He had already reached Foundation establishment, but he could not hide the dispirited look on his face. His clothes were disheveled, causing Li Qingshan to frown. "What the hell are you doing?" Li Qingshan shouted coldly. "In life, we should enjoy ourselves. Ah, let go of me, I'm your master." Before Liu Chuanfeng could finish speaking, Li Qingshan walked forward, grabbed Liu Chuanfeng's shoulders, and lifted him up. "Master, my ass. I've wasted my efforts to help you reach Foundation establishment, and you're wasting the power of wishes to do such despicable things." Liu Chuanfeng felt like his shoulders were about to split open. He did not dare to put on airs anymore and hurriedly said, She's a real person. She came from the building. She's not created by the power of wishes." Li Qingshan looked at the woman again and saw that her face was full of surprise. She had never seen a Qi practitioner bully a Foundation establishment cultivator like this. He chased the woman away. Li Qingshan and Liu Chuanfeng sat down. "When did you reach Foundation establishment?" "More than 2 years. How's the School of Novels?" Qingshan. The school of novels was finished. Nowadays, demons are running amok and bandits are running amok. Everyone is in a state of panic. Who would still have the mood to read those stories? Why would they want to take the risk to kill demons? Who knows when they might be killed? Qingshan, please spare me. Was all his hard work going down the drain? If it was before today, Li Qingshan would definitely sigh with emotion. But now. He grabbed Liu Chuanfeng's collar and lifted him up. You still have to write for me. At this time, I need your stories to inspire people. Good, good, good. Liu Chuanfeng was always a little afraid of this disciple. It had transcended cultivation itself. When Li Qingshan glared at him, he felt guilty and didn't dare to say anything else. As long as you understand. Li Qingshan left Liu Chuanfeng behind. Before he walked out of the door, he turned around and said, there will always be a turning point. 10th layer of Qi training. Qingshan, your cultivation speed is really shocking. In the evening, Hua Sengzon hurried back to Cloud Wisp Island. When he saw Li Qingshan, his eyes brightened. Li Qingshan had broken through the 9th layer of Qi training. It was supposed to be the most time-consuming, but he was able to break through in 3 years, which made people look at him in a different light. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for him to successfully build his foundation and become a strong ally. I barely managed to get by. You've changed too. It seems that I've missed out on many things in these 3 years. Li Qingshan looked Hua Sengzon up and down. He saw that his handsome face had become more mature and experienced. You've seen everything you need to see. What do you plan to do next? Hua Sengzon's expression darkened. I'll do my part for the 100 schools of thought, Li Qingshan answered without hesitation. Let's go. We'll celebrate for you today. When I call Thierry, the others won't be free. Even if we call them, you might not want to see them. The 3 of us will celebrate for you. We won't be slow, right? 3 foundation building cultivators celebrating for a Qi practitioner could be considered an extremely rare and generous treatment. If they didn't value friendship and righteousness, they wouldn't have done this. However, Li Qingshan shook his head and refused. There's no need. Do you think there are too few people? I want to celebrate with you after I build my foundation. Li Qingshan smiled. Now that he had made up his mind, he could attack the last hurdle. Build your foundation? Hua Sengzon raised his eyebrows. He considered himself a genius, but in order to build his foundation, he had spent a lot of effort. He didn't dare to talk about it so easily. Liu Chuanfeng, who was at the side, also raised his head in surprise. This disciple of his really dared to talk big. You want to go into closed-door meditation for another 3 years? Hua Sengzon said tentatively. He thought Li Qingshan wanted to retreat because he saw the dangerous situation at hand. This kind of thinking wasn't rare. Therefore, the 100 schools of thought had strict control over their disciples going into seclusion. However, he also felt that Li Qingshan wasn't that kind of person. This time, it won't take that long. Li Qingshan shook his head gently. At this time, Han Thierry descended from the sky. Without saying anything, he directly stuffed a letter into Li Qingshan's hand. Li Qingshan opened the letter with a puzzled look. There were only 9 words inside. Bastard, reply to me. You've informed her. Li Qingshan smiled bitterly. He read the 9 words several times, and his heart warmed. Her face suddenly became clear, as if she was cursing in his ear. She's my sister after all. Han Thierry said. Although they didn't seem like siblings at all, and at first glance, they seemed a little distant, the kinship of blood was thicker than water. It couldn't be cut off. I often forget about this. Li Qingshan put the letter into his pocket. Do you want to reply? Of course. Li Qingshan smiled. He was no longer confused, and all kinds of thoughts of running away were swept away. This was his responsibility as a man. Han Thierry handed a jade slip to Li Qingshan. What's this? Take a look and you'll know. Li Qingshan opened the jade slip and was momentarily speechless. The jade slip recorded a cultivation technique, Arts of the Boundless Ocean. You said that you wanted a cultivation technique that could fully activate ocean wielding, and this Arts of the Boundless Ocean was found by Uncle. Although it's missing the first half, she asked Uncle to fill in the rest, so it won't affect you too much. It's the most suitable cultivation technique for you. She told me to give it to you after you come out of seclusion. It's a surprise. Li Qingshan rubbed his sore nose. He had almost forgotten he had said something like that to her, yet she still remembered it. Was this a coincidence? No, it couldn't be. This was a deep affection that couldn't be cut off. Even if she didn't know his various secrets, how could her affection be false? Li Qingshan waved the jade slip in his hand and said, "If I don't reply, you don't plan on giving me this jade slip, right?" Han Thierry was silent for a long time, and then said, "I'm her brother after all." Although every cultivator had their own thoughts and choices when it came to relationships, a heartless person was not worthy of her thoughts. Li Qingshan returned to his room and wrote a reply in a few strokes. He stuffed it into an envelope and handed it to Han Thierry. "She wrote so many letters, and you only replied with a few words." Wo Sungzon laughed. "She knows that I actually hate writing." Li Qingshan no longer had any shackles in his heart. To be continued. Chapter 424. The commandery city of Rui, the great general's estate. Han Qiongji's brows were rather furrowed. That guy actually did not reply to her immediately after emerging from seclusion. Who knew what he was thinking? "Cousin, are you thinking about that man of yours again?" A petite girl around 14 or 15 years of age with her hair combed into a bun stood on a great oak tree that shaded the sun and giggled. My, get down here." Han Qiongji raised an eyebrow. "Cousin, people are fickle. Perhaps he's already fallen in love with someone else." Han Mai leapt down and landed on Han Qiongji's back. She wrapped her arms around her neck and spoke like an elder. "Don't talk nonsense. He's always been a little mysterious. Perhaps something has happened to him. Miss Qiongji, there's a letter." A caretaker had personally delivered a letter. Han Qiongji rejoiced inside. Suddenly, she felt like Han Mai weighed a ton on her back, making it difficult for her to even move. Suddenly, it eased up again. Han Mai flew over and received the letter. She giggled. "Come after me. Give it back." Han Qiongji panicked. She lunged forward as hard as she could, but she missed. Han Mai spun around and landed gracefully on the eaves. "I can't catch him." Han Mei's cultivation was also at the 10th layer. Her cultivation was deep, and her reactions were even faster than Han Qiongji's. Like a nimble monkey, she darted through the garden as she tore open the letter. "What? It's just 2 words, and it's written so ugly." Han Qiongji's heart sank. She roared out, "Give it to me, or I'll tell Uncle." "Oh my, she's really angry. If you can't catch him, you'll tell my father. How shameless." Han Mai leapt over the eaves and vanished. The letter drifted through the air and landed in Han Qiongji's hands. Sure enough, there were only 2 words written on it. It was crooked and inked, "Wait for me." What's this supposed to be? Han Qiongji curled her lip, but her eyes were filled with smiles. She pressed the letter against her chest. "Everyone, come and take a look. Online, cousin is thinking of a man." Han Mai appeared out of nowhere. He was holding a copper gong in his hand, banging it fiercely as he shouted at the top of his lungs. Han Qiongji sighed. Since their cultivations were similar, they were arranged to cultivate together. It would be strange if they could cultivate peacefully like this. However, "I won't wait for you. Do you think I deserve to wait for you just because I'm a woman? You should be the one waiting for me. Once I reach Foundation Establishment, I'll return to the Clear River Prefecture." Although it was dangerous there, her family and her lover were there. Li Qingshan didn't go into seclusion again. Instead, he arrived outside the 100 Schools of Thought, by Dragon Snake Lake, within a secluded reed thicket. He gazed at the boundless Dragon Snake Lake, listening to the undulating waves. Although they couldn't reach the seaside, they could still feel the boundless ocean. He had already read through the first half of the Arts of the Boundless Ocean countless times and obtained the rest of the technique. He no longer hesitated. He immediately began to cultivate. Slivers of gooey water true chi were converted into boundless true chi. Although it was also water, who knew how many times more turbulent it was? It was like the difference between a mountain stream and the waves of the ocean. Practicing the arts of the boundless ocean had a very high requirement on talent for the water element, but it posed no difficulty to Li Qingshan. After reaching the third layer of the spirit turtle, he seemed to possess the bloodline of the spirit turtle. His talent for the water element had already surpassed the upper A standard when he tested for the 5 elements a long time ago. He could be described as the perfect person for practicing the arts of the boundless ocean. 10 days passed. Li Qingshan converted the last sliver of gooey water true qi in his body into boundless true qi. Just like its name, it really did feel boundless. He had finally caught a glimpse of the gateway to foundation establishment. His mind was free of shackles, and his true qi was filled to the brim. In the end, he took out 10 true spirit pills and lined them up before him. All rivers return to the sea. Li Qingshan called out inside. His 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 principal meridians were like rivers, filled with true energy. All of a sudden, they began to flow backward into his sea of energy, causing massive waves to rise up in his sea of energy, making him feel as if he couldn't control them. The boundless true qi cultivated by the arts of the boundless ocean was extremely powerful, but at a time like this, it instead became the greatest test for a cultivator. If he could not control the surging true qi, it would burst through the dantian and destroy the cultivator. The spirit turtle suppresses the seas. The spirit turtle's demon core shone brightly, instantly suppressing the violent sea of qi to a point where it could not even ripple. Afterwards, Li Qingshan began to ingest the first true spirit pill. As soon as the true spirit pill reached his stomach, it melted into a wondrous presence. It was like a droplet of divine water had fallen into his sea of qi, only to contaminate it immediately, leading to a startling change. The true qi became viscous and condensed. If he were a cultivator like Wasungzon or Han Thierry who had remained at the 10th layer for a very long time, a single true spirit pill would be enough. However, Li Qingshan's cultivation time was still far too short at the end of the day. His accumulation and foundation were insufficient, and the boundless true qi was far too powerful. As soon as the effects of the true spirit pill were unleashed, they began to dilute. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately ingested a second true spirit pill to ensure that its effects would be continuous. Since normal methods were useless, he would use the most brutal method to break through this obstacle. Just like that, he ingested 9 true spirit pills in a row. Not a single strand of true qi flowed through his sea of qi anymore, as all of the true qi had been frozen like water. His sea of qi had become a sea of ice. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled slightly, and he stowed the last true spirit pill away. The time had come. Cracks appeared on the sea of ice before it shattered loudly. An aura that was even purer and clearer rushed into the air. Ignoring the existence of his meridians, it rushed straight into Li Qingshan's mind. In that instant, the heavens were clear, and his mind was clear. Li Qingshan understood that he had finally opened up his sea of consciousness, which was also known as the Purple Palace or the spiritual field. From now on, he could use his divine sense and manipulate the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the manner of humans. However, this feeling was not foreign to Li Qingshan. Normally speaking, heavenly tribulations would descend at this moment. A strong gust of wind surged, pressing down on the reeds and causing the water to surge endlessly. Li Qingshan looked around, but as expected, there was no second heavenly tribulation descending. Although he could deceive humans and demons, he could not deceive the heavens. The heavenly tribulations would not be more or less, and they would treat everyone equally. Since Li Qingshan had already received it, it would not descend. Ever since the war between humans and demons began, the school leaders of the 100 schools of thought had held a routine meeting. The person in charge was no longer Liu Changqing, but Wei Yangsheng, who had also reached foundation establishment. Liu Changqing had not died in battle. Instead, he focused on carrying out his duties as a prefect. Many new faces had appeared among the school leaders. In the past 3 years, many of the original primary disciples had taken the most important step in their lives, reaching foundation establishment. Reaching foundation establishment was difficult, but all those who could become primary disciples were talented prodigies. As long as they did not have too many mental shackles and were willing to spend enough time, they could always make it through. The leaders of the schools of legalism and the Han became Hua Sungzon and Han Thierry, while Wang Pushi and Han Anjuan focused on the matters of the Hawkwolf Guard and the military. School leader Liu, I heard that Qingshan has already emerged from secluded cultivation. Why hasn't he come with you? Wei Yangsheng asked with a frown before the meeting. Primary disciples would also listen in on the meeting of school leaders. Behind Wei Yangsheng sat Chu Tian. Qingshan said he wanted to break through to foundation establishment. Before Liu Chuanfeng had even finished, Chu Tian sneered, "Don't tell me he's hiding again." Primary disciples did not have the right to speak on their own. However, Chu Tian had already reached the 10th layer, the highest realm of Qi practitioner. Moreover, in the past 3 years, he had made quite a name for himself with the power of the palm of the 5 elements. He had killed many diamonds. Even if he encountered regular demon generals, he could retreat with composure. He would definitely become a powerful foundation establishment cultivator in the future. They also knew he was narrow-minded, so no one was willing to offend him. Moreover, Chu Tian's words were also in line with the thoughts of many people. Who didn't know that Qi practitioners were no longer safe in this era? However, who hadn't walked through such an environment? Why could you go into secluded cultivation in peace, while others had to fight to the death? Breaking through to the 9th and 10th layers in 3 years? Is that considered fleeing? Liu Chuanfeng argued with a reddened face. Chu Tian, shut up. Wei Yangsheng stopped Chu Tian, then asked, School leader Liu, Qingshan has only reached the 10th layer of Qi practitioner not long ago, right? He has to continue preparing for foundation establishment. How long will that take? Don't tell me it's another 3 to 5 years. Can you persuade him that cultivation doesn't necessarily have to be in seclusion? Right now, the 100 schools of thought are in need of manpower. If he does this, it won't be a good influence. Regular disciples will have objections. What a pair of fleeing mandarin ducks, said a middle-aged man with a stout face and silk clothes in a strange tone from the corner. Regular disciples were not the only ones who had objections. School of Miscellany's head, Go Dai, also had objections. School of Miscellany was the same as School of Novels. They were both at the bottom of the hierarchy and were not good at fighting. In the chaos of war, the already small number of disciples had lost many more. And the primary disciple he had high hopes for had died in the hands of diamonds last year. Now, he had to stand side by side with a bunch of juniors, which made him feel terrible. Hearing Li Qingshan's words made him angry. If his disciple had also been in seclusion, how could he have died? Han Qiongji had left and Li Qingshan was in seclusion. Therefore, the 100 schools of thought had the disparaging nickname of fleeing mandarin ducks. Senior, please don't insult my family. Han Thierry raised his eyebrows and said coldly. All the disciples of the 100 schools of thought are like this. School leader Han, you can kill them all. Go Dai's anger had not dissipated, but his voice had softened a lot. Qingshan has his own plans. If the 100 schools of thought could have one more foundation establishment cultivator, wouldn't it be far better than a 10th layer Qi practitioner? Let's continue to discuss our next strategy. Hua Sungzon stood up and tried to mediate. I don't think so. Why don't we calculate who killed more diamonds? Chu Tian felt very upset when he heard this. The other primary disciples were also unconvinced. They had been in the 100 schools of thought for a longer time than Li Qingshan. Why was he treated differently? Hua Sungzon was about to speak when he suddenly felt a huge aura rushing over from afar. It was a foundation establishment cultivator. The room fell silent. Had one of the original family heads returned? But this aura did not seem to belong to any of them. It came so quickly. While he was thinking, the aura descended from the sky and the door suddenly opened. Li Qingshan strode in and looked around. He came to a corner and sat down behind Liu Chuanfeng. Chapter 425. Everyone was stunned. Liu Chuanfeng twisted his body and looked at him. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but stopped himself. Hua Sungzon's eyes shone brightly. He really succeeded. From when they first met until now, It had been less than 10 years. He had gone from a penniless member of the Jianghu to a foundation establishment cultivator who ruled over an entire region. Moreover, it was under the circumstances that he did not have a clan to back him up. This was the so-called truth of the world. Jiyu Yangying had specially instructed him. By the looks of it now, she really had a good eye for talent. The leader of the school of miscellany, Go Dai, widened his eyes. He was speechless. This was because the aura that Li Qingshan gave off was vaguely even stronger than his. It did not seem like he had just reached foundation establishment at all. This was obviously due to the effects of the arts of the boundless ocean, but more importantly, it was due to Li Qingshan's extraordinary talent from cultivating the third layer of the spirit turtle. After reaching foundation establishment, the strength of a cultivator's aura no longer depended on the strength of their own spiritual energy. More importantly, it focused on their connection with the spiritual qi of the world. Li Qingshan knelt there casually, but his aura was like the waves of the ocean, surging endlessly. He resonated with the world and was one with nature. The other newly advanced foundation establishment cultivators present felt a faint sense of oppression in front of him. What are you all looking at me for? If you have something to say, go on. I want to hear it too. Li Qingshan smiled. He was not as overjoyed as regular cultivators after reaching foundation establishment. He had already sensed this extraordinary power when he transformed into a demon general. He had only come this time to understand the situation so that he could decide where he should go next. Qingshan, you really did it. Liu Chuanfeng lunged over and grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulders. He was filled with joy, seeming even happier than Li Qingshan. Qingshan, this is fantastic. This way. Our Bai clan has another foundation establishment cultivator, Wei Yangsheng said with a smile. Behind him was Chu Tian. Behind him, Chu Tian clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. In terms of cultivation speed, he actually lost to a country bumpkin. But no matter how arrogant his temperament was, he still didn't understand the difference between foundation building and aura refining, so he didn't dare to casually provoke him again. The other patriarchs also came up to congratulate him. Go Dai's round face was also filled with smiles, and he warmly talked about the old days after they parted. Only the head of the school of Buddhism, Mind Enlightenment, furrowed his brows. He sat still. He had just removed Little and from the position of the first seat of Buddhism, and the two of them had a close relationship. Everyone in the 100 schools of thought knew it. He was afraid that he had deeply offended this person. Senior apprentice brother Mind Enlightenment, you've come out as well, Li Qingshan said. Congratulations, junior martial brother, on successfully establishing your foundation. Mind Enlightenment put his palms together and bowed in return. From today onwards, Little and is no longer a member of the Buddhist school. He will continue to follow me and will no longer receive the Buddhist school's medicinal pills. I believe there will definitely be retribution for the One Thought Master's blood feud. My condolences, senior brother. Li Qingshan had heard about the One Thought Master from Little and had said nothing, but Li Qingshan had already made up his mind. In the past, Little had received a lot of care from the One Thought Master, so all of the pills she received ended up in his mouth. Li Qingshan was not exactly particularly saddened by the One Thought Master's death, but he had to clearly explain the kindness he had shown so that he had a clear conscience. Amitba, Mind Enlightenment chanted and lowered his head silently. Leaving the 100 schools of thought had never been easy. Only with Li Qingshan's current cultivation did he have the right to say something like that. The other school leaders would not object either. And, Little had already been accepted as a disciple of the Annihilum Light Chan Master of the Chan Monastery of Deva Nga. His status far surpassed that of a disciple of the school of Buddhism. Li Qingshan's gaze landed on an empty seat. That was originally the seat of the school leader of the School of Medicine, as well as the primary disciple of the School of Medicine. Both of them were empty. Wa Sungzon said, Yu Xin has also succeeded with foundation establishment. She's currently the leader of the School of Medicine, but she spends most of her time treating the sick and injured, so she doesn't usually attend these meetings. Li Qingshan nodded. Senior brother Wei, can you explain the current situation to me? It was getting late, and the meeting dispersed. The news of Li Qingshan's success with Foundation establishment caused an uproar in the 100 schools of thought. However, he personally turned down the celebratory banquet and left the 100 schools of thought with little Anne, arriving in a desolate valley. The moon was hazy, and the grass was luxuriant. Li Qingshan's eyes flickered. He felt rather excited inside, eager to try it out. Foundation establishment was not particularly impressive to him, but it held great significance. He calmed down and found a cave to enter. Then he used a few formation scrolls to seal off the surroundings. Only then did he take out a ring from his bosom. It was the Soaring Dragon Elder's Sumeru ring. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath and gripped the Sumeru ring in his hand. The item that Oxen had left for him was inside. Just what was it? A super powerful arcane treasure? A super pill? Or perhaps it was just a joke, a form of reluctance. Raising the ring, Li Qingshan and Little An's hands crossed. Under Little An's gaze, Li Qingshan slowly put the ring on his finger. Afterwards, he closed his eyes and channeled spiritual qi into it. The ring gradually glowed, illuminating the pitch-black cave. Li Qingshan's heart leapt. This was the first time something like this had happened. Li Qingshan released his divine sense again, sending it deep into the Sumeru ring. However, it was obstructed by a force, unable to enter. In the boundless sea of knowledge, he saw a huge golden dragon entrenched, unmoving. This was the will that the Soaring Dragon Elder had left on it. Only by erasing it could he truly make the Sumeru ring his own. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. He had finally seen the door. Now, all he had to do was break it open. He immediately used his divine sense to attack the golden dragon. The moment he touched it, the golden dragon abruptly awakened and let out a long roar. It was as if a huge gale had been set off, and the entire sea of knowledge had been shaken. The soul sense that Li Qingshan had released was basically ripped to shreds in an instant. He felt dizzy, and the world around him spun. He had never expected the will left behind by the Soaring Dragon Elder, who had died many years ago, to possess such power. To Foundation establishment cultivators, the Sea of Knowledge was even more important than the Sea of Qi. If the Sea of Qi was destroyed, there was still a chance to rebuild it, but if the Sea of Knowledge was destroyed, the best outcome would be becoming an idiot. Li Qingshan was not completely unprepared. He bellowed out inside, "The spirit turtle suppresses the seas." A turtle shell no different from the demon core appeared in his Sea of Knowledge. In the beginning, it was only the size of a grain of rice, but it rapidly grew as it gathered the scattered soul sense. Before long, the huge turtle shell hovered in his Sea of Knowledge, forcefully suppressing all of the chaos. Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief, and his mind cleared up. Afterwards, he said nothing more and sent the spirit turtle hurtling towards the golden dragon. Boom! A thunderous rumble rang out in his head, giving him a splitting headache. After who knew how long, the rumbling stopped just now. Li Qingshan had already retracted his soul sense. He saw that the spirit turtle had already shrunk, and the golden dragon had dimmed slightly too. Fortunately, the will left behind by the Soaring Dragon Elder could only retaliate based on his instincts and would not take the initiative to attack. This gave him enough time to catch his breath and also reminded him that he had to be extremely cautious in this aspect when he fought with others in the future. Although his spiritual energy and body were powerful after practicing the arts of the boundless ocean, he did not have any improvements in terms of the senses of his soul. It was said that the cultivation methods of Moism mainly practiced this aspect so that they could control even more powerful puppets. However, perhaps due to practicing the three abilities of the ox demon and the turtle, Li Qingshan's Sea of Knowledge became extremely powerful as soon as it was established. It recovered quickly too. When the spirit turtle returned to its original size, Li Qingshan urged it to collide with the golden dragon again. Boom! There was another great rumble. The cycle repeated for who knows how many times. The golden dragon had already dimmed, reduced to 1/10 of its original size. However, as it constantly recovered, the spirit turtle grew slightly larger instead. Li Qingshan pushed forward with a spurt of energy, and the spirit turtle smashed down. The golden dragon let out another roar, but it was so weak that it seemed like a whale on the brink of death. It writhed uncontrollably. There was a flash from the Sumeru ring, and the shackles that stopped Li Qingshan finally vanished. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, he was about to open the Sumeru ring and find what Oxen had left for him. A man with 2 horns on his head appeared out of nowhere, sitting on the spirit turtle with his back towards him. Li Qingshan had only seen the figure once, but it seemed to be deeply engraved in his mind. It was even more lofty than a mountain. Li Qingshan exclaimed in joy, "Brother Ox, you're finally here." Oxen's voice was like a great bell, ringing through Li Qingshan's consciousness. However, it did not make Li Qingshan feel the slightest discomfort. "Don't tell me you've been hiding and spying on me all this time." Li Qingshan did not doubt that Oxen would have such a vile interest. He had been doing this for over a decade as an ox. "Kid, don't even think about it. This is just a strand of my will that I left behind. I can't be bothered with what you do. Your 10 years are as short as a day to me. Then why did you leave in such a hurry? Why didn't you accompany me for a day or 2? That way, I can continue to listen to your teachings. If I'm accidentally killed by someone, you'll have wasted this 1 day." Li Qingshan had thought that Oxen would say, "I have plenty of time." Even without Li Qingshan, there's still Zhong Qingshan and Wang Qingshan. However, Oxen said, "Then I'll have to find you in the 6 paths of reincarnation and spend another day. Don't doubt yourself. No matter who says that you're an insignificant character, just treat it as bullshit." "Then can you tell me, why did you choose me?" Li Qingshan pondered. Could it be that he had some kind of extraordinary talent? Or perhaps he was the reincarnation of some great expert? "Because I believe in you, even though you're just an ordinary kid with some innate wisdom." At this time, Oxen's figure flickered. "I'm leaving. Continue forward, kid. Don't make me look for you in the 6 paths of reincarnation. That will take a lot of time. I don't have too much time. I hope this isn't the last time we meet." As he spoke, Oxen's figure gradually faded away. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. "Then how much time do I have?" "About 1,000 days. Li Qingshan said in relief. "Then don't worry and wait. Although I'm just an ordinary kid, I'm not that useless. If I can't achieve anything in 10,000 years, I'll go commit suicide." "Oh right, where's the thing you left me? Isn't it already in your heart? P.S. New Year's Day is so busy, relatives and friends, eating and drinking. But it's finally over. I'll continue to advance to the 9 heavens." Chapter 426. "Hey, don't think that you can fool me just because you look profound." Li Qingshan was stunned. He reached out and passed through Oxen's body. Oxen tapped Xiao Chen's forehead with a finger. As he laughed, he vanished like a dream. Li Qingshan immediately felt something in his sea of consciousness. However, he did not have time to think about it, because the moment Oxen turned around, he saw many wounds crisscrossing on Oxen's chest. Li Qingshan suddenly understood why Oxen did not turn around. He could not help feeling lost. Right now, Xiao Chen could not estimate Oxen's strength. Who could inflict such severe injuries on him? Also, who was the one who chopped off the ox horn? "Why didn't you tell me?" "Because even if you told me, it would be useless." Little and held the hand of Li Qingshan's previous body and asked with concern. Li Qingshan looked up. His gaze seemed to pierce through the earth, the fog, the clouds, and the sky, all the way to the 9 heavens. After a long time, he lowered his head and smiled. "It looks like we have to hurry. I just saw Brother Ox again. It looks like he needs us." Suddenly, the 9 heavens was no longer an empty promise. That was because the one who gave him everything and believed that this ordinary Xiao Chen was not a minor character was waiting for his help. "I'll accompany you," Little and said seriously. "Of course." Li Qingshan withdrew his soul sense and returned to his sea of consciousness. All he saw was that in the boundless darkness, dark figures had appeared. Was that what Brother Ox left for him? The spiritual sense that had condensed into a spirit tortoise dissipated and returned to Li Qingshan's original appearance. Xiao Chen roamed the sea of consciousness and arrived among the shadows. He counted them carefully. There were a total of 8 shadows. They looked like the silhouettes of various animals. Li Qingshan was most familiar with one of them. Wasn't that an ox? Li Qingshan stretched out his hand and touched that silhouette. That silhouette immediately lit up. A demonic ox stood tall, its back arched like a mountain. The blood vessels in his body expanded, as if they were releasing a steady stream of energy. Li Qingshan was even more familiar with the message that was transmitted from it. Wasn't this the ox demon's fist of great strength? Li Qingshan was overjoyed. In other words, these 8 shadows were 8 divine abilities. Then, he found the tiger and the tortoise, but he felt that something was missing. No, not 8, it should be 9. This feeling came from nowhere. Yet, it was so intense. The ox suddenly said, "That's right, this divine ability is called the 9 transformations of demons and gods, and it's something I've spent my entire life cultivating. Kid, can you comprehend a little? How many transformations you can cultivate will depend on your own ability. Brother Ox, you haven't left yet." Li Qingshan exclaimed in surprise. The ox remained silent, as if it was a dead object. These were the last words that Oxen left behind when he imprinted the 9 transformations of demons and gods into his sea of consciousness. However, he did not explain why it was called the 9 transformations of demons and gods, and why there were only 8 transformations here. However, Li Qingshan could no longer care about that. He looked around at the 8 silhouettes, and his heart was filled with shock. He finally understood why he always felt that the divine ability that Oxen had taught him was nowhere near as wondrous as the path of white bone and great beauty. As it turned out, he had not even truly mastered the first transformation of the 9 transformations of demons and gods, the ox demon transformation. If he could master all 9 transformations, what would Fu Qingjin be worth mentioning? What would the Sword Collection Palace be worth mentioning? It was not that he had to go beyond the 9 heavens, but that the 9 provinces could not contain his existence. Brother Nyo had really left him something incredible. Li Qingshan calmed himself down and completely immersed himself in the ox demon transformation. The profound and supreme principles it contained were far more profound and complicated than what Oxen had explained to him in the past. However, back then, he was limited by his own ability to comprehend, so he could only give a rough explanation. He could just barely advance to the next level of cultivation. At this moment, when he carefully comprehended it, he suddenly felt enlightened, especially the aura that the ox demon statue gave off. It was his best teacher. As he comprehended the cultivation method, he subconsciously imitated the ox demon's movements. From Little An's perspective, Li Qingshan's muscles rose and fell like waves, vibrating in a strange manner and radiating with a startling aura. Li Qingshan suddenly found it rather strange. As his comprehension of the ox demon transformation gradually deepened, he did not sense boundless power or the freedom to do whatever he wanted. Instead, he felt a deep sense of sorrow and helplessness. A mantra suddenly appeared in his mind. Ox demon's great strength sinks in the mud. When Li Qingshan looked at the ox demon statue again, he immediately felt that it was very different. It was still the indomitable ox demon with boundless strength. Now that it was stuck in the mud, it had boundless strength but could not use it. It was all in vain, like a hero at the end of his road, a tyrant wringing his hands. Li Qingshan shook his head and touched the tiger silhouette flapping its wings beside his right hand. A ferocious tiger roaring at the sky seemed to leap out of the darkness. Its baleful aura and murderous intent soared into the sky. This startled Li Qingshan, and then he was overjoyed. This was the second transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic and god, the tiger demon transformation. It loved to fight, loved to kill, and could destroy the world. Even the strong stone, known as the Rock of Slaughter, was like a child's play in front of this tiger demon. Li Qingshan immediately discovered that the tiger demon transformation Brother Ox had given him was even more severely lacking. He had basically purposefully neglected certain important parts. As a demon of slaughter, the tiger demon should have been even more powerful. However, when Li Qingshan focused his mind and comprehended the realm within, a frenzied killing intent immediately took over his mind. He actually felt an urge to kill everything in the world. Suddenly, another mantra appeared. Tiger demon forges the bones, frenzied heart. Li Qingshan used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression in a hurry and suppressed the sudden killing intent. He suddenly became covered in a layer of cold sweat. He knew that if Brother Ox had taught him according to the original version right from the beginning, he would have become a bloodthirsty madman already. When he looked at the tiger demon statue again, it was a completely different sight. Its eyes were filled with blood-red killing intent, like a madman. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. Since it was known as the 9 transformations of the demonic and god, these two were the demonic path. The spirit turtle was basically a god. He casually pressed his hand against the silhouette of the spirit turtle, and the spirit turtle appeared. 5-colored light shone brilliantly like silk. On its back, profound inscriptions crisscrossed, constantly displaying the changes of fortune and misfortune. It was the complete opposite of the aura of the tiger demon and ox demon. It was holy and noble, wise and tranquil. Although it was also a beast, it could not be described as a demon, much less a demon. Instead, it was an otherworldly god. Li Qingshan comprehended the will within and immediately felt like his mortal heart had become empty. Instead of depleting all his strength and fighting endlessly against others, he would be better off just sitting there and observing the changes of fate. Qingshan. Qingshan. When Li Qingshan comprehended the ox demon transformation and became sorrowful, little and did not worry. When Li Qingshan comprehended the tiger demon transformation and became filled with killing intent, little and only showed concern. But at this moment, Li Qingshan's expression was serene and tranquil, peaceful and distant. However, Xiaowen's expression changed drastically. He quickly went forward and shook his shoulder. He went up in a hurry and shook his shoulder, calling out his name. Li Qingshan opened his eyes. His gaze was as tranquil as still water. Some of his emotions and lust had faded away. He was so clear that it was chilling. When he saw Little An's face clearly, he gradually developed intense emotions, like he had thrown a few buckets of paint into a clear pool of water. Li Qingshan rubbed his head and shook his head with a bitter smile. Originally, he thought he would be a little safer after comprehending the spirit turtle transformation, so he relaxed and became careless. Never did he think that the gods would mislead him even more than the demons. Suddenly, he understood that even though the spirit turtle had suppressed the ox demon and tiger demon all these years, it had never been able to purge the endless demonic nature within them. If he only practiced the spirit turtle transformation, his personality would definitely change drastically. He would become a true cultivator with a pure heart and few desires. It was exactly because of the conflict between gods and demons that he managed to retain his humanity just now, allowing him to remain the same Li Qingshan. The third mantra also appeared in his head. For once, it was an auspicious one. The spirit turtle suppresses the seas, omens good and bad. The complete cultivation method of the 3 transformations had benefited Li Qingshan tremendously. If he could spend some time and comprehend it carefully, his strength would definitely reach a whole new level. The 9 transformations of the demonic and divine were not like regular cultivation methods, where he had to cultivate them layer by layer. Instead, he had to weave through them. Every single transformation was connected to each other in detail. Li Qingshan immediately thought, in other words, can I learn the 4th transformation? Since Brother Ox has chosen to give me this cultivation method at a time like this, it shouldn't be a problem. Li Qingshan raised his hand before lowering it again. The 4th transformation had to be the divine transformation. If he accidentally chose the demonic transformation, the spirit turtle transformation would not be able to suppress his demon chi, and his mind might be irreparably affected. After considering the 5 remaining shadows for a while, Li Qingshan's gaze landed on one of the shadows on the spirit turtle. According to the order, this should be the one after the spirit turtle transformation. The shadow was a huge bird that flapped its wings and dragged its long tail as it soared into the sky. Its posture was graceful. Even though it was just a black silhouette, it gave off a glorious and magnificent feeling. Li Qingshan no longer hesitated. He placed his hand on it, and a clear cry rang through his sea of consciousness. It was grand, and graceful. Li Qingshan had heard countless musical instruments and countless songs before, but none of them could compare to this cry. It was like a grand symphony, condensing the most magnificent notes. The phoenix. Li Qingshan gazed at the soaring phoenix for a very long time. It was so magnificent and noble. At first glance, it seemed like a ball of fire. The phoenix was the leader of all birds, the king of all birds. Even among regular people, it was a divine bird that resounded like thunder. Legend had it that it possessed the 5 virtues of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness. It did not perch unless it was a Chinese parasol tree, and it did not drink unless it was morning dew. Every time it died, its body would ignite in flames, and it would be reborn from the ashes. It would obtain an even more beautiful figure and an even more powerful life force. It was known as the phoenix's nirvana. This cycle repeated until it attained eternal life. Although the spirit turtle's lifespan was limited, the phoenix was truly an immortal bird. The phoenix circled around and slowly landed on Li Qingshan's shoulder. Only then did Li Qingshan realize that the other shadows had already disappeared. Perhaps it was because he had already made his choice. The phoenix pecked gently with its vermilion beak, and a tremendous amount of information was injected into Li Qingshan's body. It was the Phoenix Transformation, also known as the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. P.S. The outline is almost done. It's enough for me to write 100,000 words. I guarantee that I'll fill in all the holes. It'll be exciting enough. However, I'm going to put in a lot of effort this time and come up with an outline that can write 1,000,000 words. Otherwise, you guys will say that I have no integrity. Finally, congratulations to the leader of the Yin-En Alliance. Heh, thanks for being late. To be continued. Tilda. Chapter 427. Li Qingshan stroked the phoenix's feathers gently. The phoenix was not particularly large, but it was shameless. Its long tail feathers trailed down gracefully, giving it an indescribable sense of dignity and nobility. The mantra of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva entered Li Qingshan's mind. At the same time, he comprehended its true meaning. It was the phoenix's noble and pure heart that cherished its feathers. It was different from the spirit turtle's tranquil state of mind. It was like an ancient sage. When the phoenix flies, the world is at peace. As a result, Li Qingshan also obtained the 4th mantra, the phoenix's Nerva, calamity and chaos. The school of Taoism had the art of praying. It was divided into 2 parts. The praying prayed for blessings, while the praying for calamities. The phoenix possessed the power of Nerva and an undying heart. Even if it faced a great crisis of life and death, it would not fear it, let alone a mere calamity. As Li Qingshan was moved, he could not help but sigh in amazement. Why is it that the ox demon and tiger demon are both gloomy and malicious, while the spirit turtle and phoenix are both pleasant and auspicious? Brother Ox, who created this ability, is a demon at the end of the day, and these 8 abilities belong to the 4 gods and 4 demons, so where does the last one belong? Suppressing his various questions, Li Qingshan calmed his mind and comprehended the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. Afterwards, he opened his eyes. Indeed, it was not as simple as it seemed. The spirit turtle was of water, while Li Qingshan's cultivation was all of the water attribute. However, the phoenix just happened to be of fire, while the spirit turtle was submerged in the deep sea, while the phoenix danced in the 9 heavens. One was quiet, while the other was agile. Their habits were polar opposites. The saying that water and fire complemented each other and moved as one wasn't strange in the cultivation world, but that was only for ordinary cultivators. These 2 types of divine beasts possessed extremely pure characteristics, and if one wanted them to be compatible with each other, then it would be extremely difficult. It was basically a fantasy to make them compatible. After cultivating for a few hours, Li Qingshan temporarily gave up. The wilderness was not a place for cultivation. He would think about it after he was done with what he had to do and returned to the 100 schools of thought. Li Qingshan's thoughts landed on the Sumeru ring again. His eyes gradually lit up. It shone. It contained all of the soaring dragon elder's possessions, various spirit artifacts, magic tools, elixirs, spirit stones, and talismans. There was bound to be an astonishing number, even to the current him. It was also a huge fortune. Putting everything else aside, As long as he could obtain the pills within, it would not be a problem to push his cultivation to the next level. Li Qingshan and Little An looked at each other and injected spiritual energy into it. As they probed it with their divine senses, the Sumeru ring opened up with a bang, revealing an unimaginably large space. It was dazzling and sparkling with spiritual light. Before Li Qingshan could take a closer look, a beam of golden light shot towards him. Soaring dragon sword. Li Qingshan had a very deep impression of this sword. The body of the sword was like the body of a dragon, and the hilt was like the head of a dragon, densely covered with golden scales. It shone brightly, and at first glance, it looked like a living dragon. Now, the sword had truly come to life. It flew out of the Sumeru ring and shot towards Li Qingshan. It was as fast as a golden bolt of lightning, as if it wanted to avenge its master. The sword thrummed like a dragon's roar. With this unexpected turn of events, even Li Qingshan was rather taken aback. Little An was a few steps away, so he was unable to save him in time. Clang! In the nick of time, the spirit turtle's profound shell rose up and blocked the soaring dragon sword. Before Li Qingshan could even catch his breath, he saw the soaring dragon sword leap up and take off into the air like a startling dragon. Catch it! It's trying to escape. Li Qingshan called out and leapt up, but he was still slightly slower than the soaring dragon sword. It pierced through the formation and the rock. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The soaring dragon sword's assassination had failed, so it was like a supreme swordsman risking its life for an assassination. If its attack failed, it would flee into the distance. Never did Li Qingshan imagine that a sword would actually possess such intelligence. It was completely unimaginable. Clang! A bone sword swept out horizontally and knocked the soaring dragon sword away. The soaring dragon sword circled around a few times before fleeing in another direction. The 12 skull prayer beads flew about, surrounding the soaring dragon sword. The soaring dragon sword shone brightly, and the dragon's roar became even more intense. With clangs and clangs, it knocked away the skull prayer beads, but it immediately became much more sluggish. As it turned out, the 12 skull prayer beads had turned into 12 finger-sized skeleton demons that hugged the soaring dragon sword firmly. The skeleton demons all possessed startling strength. They could split apart mountains and shatter rocks, surpassing regular demon generals. However, the soaring dragon sword could still move about freely, slithering about in the cave like a golden snake. Every time it was stopped by Little An, it would become more and more frantic. This continued until a huge hand gripped the hilt firmly. The ox demon trembled, and the spirit turtle suppressed. The soaring dragon sword let out a long and sorrowful cry before being sent back into the Sumeru ring and sealed up. Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief, but he suddenly felt a hint of unease. A lone mountain pierced through the clouds, like a lone island in the sea of clouds. Below it, not a single inch of land was connected to the ground. It just hovered in the air, aloof and proud. This was the famed Sword Collection Peak of the Sword Collection Palace. The cliffs of the mountain were covered in swords, either swallowed by rust or entangled by vines. They seemed ordinary and unremarkable. This mountain had hidden away all of their sharpness, quietly waiting for their next master. In the Forest of Swords, there were many sheath-like grooves left behind because the swords had been drawn. The moment the soaring dragon sword flew out of the Sumeru ring, the Sword Collection Peak seemed to respond. One of the grooves suddenly shone with dazzling light, scattering the clouds as if a mother was calling for her son's return. Every single sword would automatically return to the Sword Collection Peak after their new master died. However, even when the light dispersed, the soaring dragon sword still had not returned. The entire Sword Collection Palace was alarmed. On the main peak of the Sword Collection Palace, a middle-aged man waved his hand and said, "Invite the divining elder." The middle-aged man's face was ancient, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. Before him was a map that encompassed the 9 provinces. He drew an invisible line on the map with his gaze. If someone were to compare it, they would discover that the angle of the line was exactly the same as the line of light from the Sword Collection Peak. With a few coughs, a white-robed, white-haired old man stepped into the palace with a strange sword in his hand. He seemed like he was on the verge of collapse, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. However, Every single step he took was extremely firm. "Greetings, Palace Master." When the middle-aged man saw the divining elder's appearance, his eyebrows furrowed slightly, as the divining elder had not been like this a few years ago. In order to find the soaring dragon elder's murderer, he had triggered the heavenly secrets, but he had touched something and suffered a backlash from the heavenly secrets. In a single night, his hair and beard had all turned white, and he fell unconscious for 7 days and 7 nights. When he woke up, the only thing he said to the middle-aged man quietly was, "No matter what it is, it's not something that anyone in the world can deal with. I'd advise you to stop looking into it for now, Palace Master. There might be a turn for the better in the future." "Is there a turn for the better now?" the middle-aged man asked. Clang. The divining elder drew the sword of divination, and his bearing changed drastically. His eyes became as deep as the ocean, and the sword of divination split into black and white along the spine. The 8 trigrams on the hilt revolved rapidly, and the black and white merged into chaos. A moment later, the Tianji sword flew up and the tip of the sword landed steadily on the 9 provinces map, right on the line drawn by the middle-aged man in his heart. His eyes suddenly lit up, and the entire palace seemed to darken. Or the Clear River Prefecture. Chapter 428. At noon, Fu Qingjin landed on a barren mountain. The surrounding grass was luxuriant, dyed golden by the sunlight and swaying with the autumn wind. It was bleak and tranquil. Fu Qingjin focused 120%. This was where the soaring dragon sword had appeared. The divining elder's stern tone in the message prevented him from being careless at all. Very soon, he sensed the abnormalities in the spiritual qi of the world. Fu Qingjin found his way into a cavern. The cavern was not very deep, so he reached the end very soon. It was already empty, but he could sense that someone had once cast down a formation here. A streak of golden light descended from the sky, landing in Fu Qingjin's eyes. Through the crack, he could see the sky outside. "That's right, it's here." The soaring dragon sword had failed to escape, but the sword qi had already pierced the ceiling. Fu Qingjin closed his eyes. As the sun set, the streak of sunlight vanished in the blink of an eye. Fu Qingjin snapped open his eyes. First of all, he was not particularly powerful. He was not at the second heavenly tribulation at the very least. Otherwise, he would have been suppressed before the soaring dragon sword could even unleash its sword qi. Secondly, he should have been a foundation establishment cultivator. Demon generals could not open the Sumeru ring, and he was not weak either. Furthermore, his strength was not weak. Otherwise, it would not have been easy to suppress the soaring dragon sword. The only problem was, did he obtain the Sumeru ring by chance, or was he connected to the soaring dragon elder's death? There were only around 100 foundation establishment cultivators in the Clear River Prefecture. As long as he investigated the location of these people when the soaring dragon sword appeared, then he would definitely be able to find some clues through elimination. Absolute hermit cultivators did not exist among cultivators. It was difficult to hide in the world. In particular, this was even more true for foundation establishment cultivators. Fu Qingjin left the dwelling, and his eyes shone with cold light. He had to retrieve the Sumeru ring and the soaring dragon sword no matter what. On the shore of the Lake of Dragons and Snakes, the reeds swayed. Little and opened her hand, and the Sumeru ring flickered. She thought about it and tossed the Sumeru ring into her mouth, swallowing it with a gulp. "You're alone." At this moment, Qian Rongji arrived on the water and looked around. And nodded. "He told you to come find me?" And nodded again. "What is it?" Qian Rongji was curious. "Collect the bodies." Little and finally spoke. He took out a pile of spirit stones. "This is the reward. Don't let too many people know." "Why?" Qian Rongji squatted down, cupping his cheeks, and stopped talking and recalled what happened in the cave. When she parted ways with Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "Little Anne, it looks like you can't casually open this Sumeru ring for the time being. I sensed that something was off earlier. Perhaps the Sword Collection Palace has already discovered our location from that moment. From now on, we'll split up. I'll go find our Yu Xin to refine pills for me. You go find Qian Rongji." Let her help you collect the corpses and continue refining the skull prayer beads. Didn't you say that you would be able to set up a formation after refining 18 of them? I think we'll have to rely on you to kill Blood Shadow. Whether it was killing Strong Stone or Blood Shadow, they both required overwhelming strength. He needed overwhelming strength. Otherwise, once he was defeated, he would no longer be tolerated by the demons. Strong Stone was indestructible, while Blood Shadow was as fast as lightning. They were both tough foes. If he wanted to guarantee his kill, he would have to increase their strength. Out of all the people Li Qingshan knew, there was basically no one more untrustworthy than Qian Rongji. However, there was no one more suitable than her for this. Only someone as meticulous and secretive as her could complete this task in secret. Even Li Qingshan could not match up to her in this aspect. His nature of seeking nothing but profit became a form of protection at this time. Although Li Qingshan did not like his personality, their cooperation the entire time had been a success. Sinsen did not say anything. Qian Rongji did not ask further. She pushed the spirit stones back. I'll calculate the payment with him. What kind of corpses do you want? Refined corpse soldiers and corpse generals, or anything else? Anything, but don't kill indiscriminately. This is also his order. Why would I waste this energy? What we have the least is people who kill indiscriminately. I'll bring you to a good place. Qian Rongji said with a smile. He won't let me go with you. Little and lowered his head. All right, sometimes I really want to kill him. Don't stare at me. I'm just joking. The sun is so good. The sparkling dragon snake lake reflected their figures, as if they were plated with a layer of gold. The smile on Qian Rongji's face seemed to be a little warmer. Let me rest for a while. I'll go right away. Right away. Qian Rongji lay down on the withered grass. She pillowed her arms and closed her eyes. A beautiful little snake wriggled up her face. It looked strange and terrifying, but her expression was very calm. When Li Qingshan saw Yu Xin again, she was practicing medicine in a small city in the mountains. She was dressed in white and had a warm smile on her face. She stood among the crowd, and with a wave of her hand, injuries were healed and diseases were eliminated. Everyone knelt on the ground and called out Goddess, Bodhisattva, and Immortal. Her expression became more and more gentle, and she asked them to stand up. Under the light of the setting sun, her head seemed to be surrounded by a halo. She was noble and holy, like a goddess. Bodhisattva Yu Xin, my heart hurts. May I know what medicine can cure it? Li Qingshan's heart stirred. He concealed his aura, pushed through the crowd, and went forward to ask. Yu Xin heard a familiar voice coming from behind her. She looked back, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. She smiled and said, Your heart hurts because your conscience is bad. Only by digging out your heart and cutting off the bad flesh can it be cured. But I think your heart is already bad. Even the gods can't save it, and there's no medicine that can cure it. Then I'll dig them out for you. Li Qingshan laughed. After 3 years, old friends were still like old friends. Wasn't it great? This laugh was inappropriate, and it caused a wave of anger in the crowd, especially the young ones. They were filled with righteous indignation. Who are you to come and tease us? Don't let him run, beat him up. An old man rushed forward and wanted to punch Li Qingshan, treating Li Qingshan as a lecher. Li Qingshan tilted his head and dodged it, but he didn't dare to fight back. With his current strength, a simple move would cause a lot of people to die. Yu Xin giggled. Not only did she not understand, she said, Thank you, fellow villagers, for helping me out. Get out of the way, I'm her husband. Li Qingshan shouted, and everyone was stunned. Afterwards, he pulled Yu Xin and made his way out. Yu Xin didn't struggle. She smiled and waved at the villagers, letting him pull her away. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially the young ones. Their faces were ashen, and their hearts were broken. She actually had a husband. It was a small city. In fact, it was more like a big town, with white walls and green tiles, small bridges, flowing water, and green willow houses. Li Qingshan pulled Yu Xin to a secluded corridor. On one side, there was a flowing river, and on the other side, there was a house. There was smoke rising from the chimney. Looking up, the whole city was filled with smoke. Ayushin smiled. Husband, it's time to let go. Husband, you can't bear to. Li Qingshan's heart stirred. He teased. If you can't bear to, then divorce that lady from the Han family. Otherwise, I'll have to explain it to her. It seems like we're not fated to be together. Li Qingshan let go and shrugged. How did you build your foundation to? Sigh, I wanted to show you the power of a foundation establishment cultivator and beat your stomach so hard that you would spit out the rest of the blue butterfly flowers. Now I can't. Ayushin rubbed her wrist, and her almond-shaped eyes slanted slightly. She was full of smiles. That's what you said. I really want to do that. How about it? The feeling of building your foundation isn't bad, right? You have to thank me. Li Qingshan sat on a bench in the corridor by the river. Same here. Ayushin sat beside him. I heard that after you came out of seclusion, you've been practicing medicine and treating mortals. To be honest, I have a whole new level of respect for you. I'm just completing the mission given to me by the 100 schools of thought. Ayushin smiled faintly and explained. It turned out that the consequences of the war were not as simple as demons massacring the cities. The corpses kept causing plagues. If there were no medical disciples to remedy the situation, the number of people who died from the plagues would probably be no less than the number of people who died from the demons. It's not that simple. Now that bandits are running amok, many people are taking advantage of the chaos to burn, kill, and loot. They are even more vicious than the demons. The Confucian school and the legalist school have both sent many disciples to maintain the stability of the various regions. They are taking more risks than me. People really like to kill each other. Ayushin sighed slightly, and the smile on her face faded. You seem to be very emotional. Li Qingshan sized up Ayushin curiously. He saw that her eyes were wandering, and he could not tell what she was thinking. Back then, when the 100 schools of thought were attacked by the White Lotus sect, and there were countless casualties, she did not show this kind of expression. What, are you charmed by me? Hurry up and divorce the Han family's wife. Ayushin stroked her hair, and her smile was the same as before. I'm not joking anymore. Do you still have time to concoct pills? Li Qingshan explained the reason for his visit. While Ayushin was thinking, a barefooted little girl with a bun ran over and stuffed an apple into Ayushin's hand. Big sister, I picked this from the mountains. Thank you for treating my father's illness. Millimeter, good girl. It's about to rain. Hurry up and run back. Let your mother collect the clothes. Ayushin smiled and patted the little girl's head. Then, she took a bite of the apple. The little girl responded and ran away. She shouted from afar, "It's raining, collect the clothes." Ayushin spat out the apple and casually threw it behind her. Why did you throw it away? It's someone's kind intentions after all. Li Qingshan caught the apple. The bite on the apple was very neat, and it was easy to imagine her teeth. Of course it's because it's disgusting. I saved him, and I appreciate his kindness. I've also eaten the apple, so there's no need to continue making things difficult for my mouth. Ayushin suddenly said mischievously, "It can't be that after seeing me take a bite, you want to." Before Ayushin finished speaking, she heard a plop. The apple fell into the river and was carried away by the current. Li Qingshan clapped his hands and said, "How do you know it's going to rain? I remember that your main cultivation is wood spirit, right?" Although there were many clouds in the sky, it was still clear. He could still feel the changes in the water vapor, so he did not dare to confirm that it was going to rain. I was just saying. Do you want to bet a true pill? If I win, we'll set off. I've opened a new cave abode, and I'll bring you to take a look. Can I not bet? In just a moment, the sky was covered in dark clouds and autumn rain poured down. Ayushin stretched out her hand, a crafty look on her face as if her scheme had succeeded. Let's go. Li Qingshan placed a true pill on her hand. The rain became heavier, forming a curtain of rain outside the corridor. There's something wrong with this rain. Ayushin frowned and looked outside the mountain in the west. It's demonic energy. Li Qingshan also felt the roiling demonic energy in the distance rushing into the curtain of clouds. At the same time, there was a tremor coming from the distance, and it was getting closer and closer. The two of them flew to the peak of the mountain. They saw a muddy yellow current sweeping up rocks and broken trees, howling as it rushed towards them. A mountain torrent. Chapter 429. The mountain torrent rumbled towards the small city. How could the demon chi it contained escape Li Qingshan and Ayushin's senses? This was not just a natural disaster, but a demon disaster. The small city was about to be swallowed by the flood in a single moment, turning into a swamp. Probably not even a tenth of the people in the city would survive. Li Qingshan said, "Let's stop the mountain torrent first." Ayushin extended her hand and beckoned. The verdant leaves shrunk to the size of doors and scattered down, forming a dam along the path of the mountain torrent. "Do you really think you can stop me with your puny tricks?" There was a sneer in the distance. A strange catfish floated in the muddy waters with a flick of its tail. Its wide, pitch-black back seemed like a piece of land at first glance. It was a demon general as well. There were many demon soldiers vaguely in the water, also driving the torrent forward. The heavy rain was drawn into the torrent at a slanted angle. The torrent became even greater, smashing through the dam of green leaves loudly. When the residents of the city heard the disturbance, they all emerged from their homes and gazed at this in shock. A dragon's roar grew from soft to loud. A crystalline water dragon several dozen meters long condensed in the sky and flew down, lunging towards the strange catfish at the source of the torrent. This was the first time Li Qingshan had used techniques as a foundation establishment cultivator. The effects were so great that even he was surprised. The strange catfish's colossal, pitch-black body suddenly leapt high into the air, swinging its tail and dispersing the water dragon. Instead, it used the momentum of the water to make the mountain torrent even more rapid. It surged down like a stampede of 10,000 horses. The strange catfish possessed the geographical advantage. It did not seek to kill or injure the two of them, only destroying the city and killing them. It was no longer something a foundation establishment cultivator could stop. Li Qingshan was just about to fly down and use the spirit turtle's demon core when he suppressed the torrent. He hoped that Ayushin would be careless and not notice anything amiss. Ayushin instead said, "I'll stop the mountain torrent. You go kill the demon." "What? How are you going to stop it?" Before Li Qingshan had even finished asking, Ayushin had already flown down. She saw the two mountains sandwiched between them. The torrent rolled over, and her eyes suddenly turned blue, like a tranquil lake. His hair fluttered and turned light blue. His skin was faintly translucent like water. He jumped into the torrent. Cut the crap. Ayushin rose from the water. It was composed of clear water and was several feet tall. Only its upper body was left, and it spread its arms wide to catch the torrent. The water seemed to have transformed into green threads that scattered in the rain. Li Qingshan didn't have time to be surprised. He took a step in the void, and a powerful wave surged under his feet. He took another step. He was already 1,000 feet away. The sky was filled with water rain, rippling waves of air as he fell into the mountain torrents. Boat Songhai. Tosho Shiki in an instant, the spiritual energy in his Dantian sea of qi began to surge. It was like the rising tide of the ocean that surged ceaselessly, and it carried an unstoppable imposing aura that seemed as if the entire world was the same. This was the power of the arts of the boundless ocean that Li Qingshan had yet to truly cultivate. Originally, he could not use it, but now that he did, he actually felt indescribably delighted. Without any time to think, he struck out with his palm. Bang! The turbid waves split apart, and the strange catfish demon general slithered away. The other diamonds and prawn monsters that came with it were not as lucky. They were still sent flying despite being separated by the water, dying a violent death. Li Qingshan dove into the torrent, and what greeted him was the huge, fanged mouth of the strange catfish, swallowing him in a single gulp. The strange catfish was stunned. It originally wanted to chew Li Qingshan to pieces, but instead, Li Qingshan took the initiative to enter its stomach. Then, it laughed sinisterly. Its digestive juices could be worn down even by metal. Suddenly, an intense pain came from its stomach. The strange catfish seemed to have gone mad as it thrashed about in the torrent. Not only did it fail to digest Li Qingshan, but it was also turned upside down by Li Qingshan. Suddenly, a figure broke out of its body. It was Li Qingshan, and in his hand was a demon core that emitted a faint blue light. It was trembling, but it couldn't break free. The strange catfish knew that it had unfortunately met a strong opponent, and shouted, "I'm going to die with you." It was about to activate the demon core to self-destruct, but suddenly, a pitch-black giant palm pressed down on its head, grabbing it. With a squeeze, it was crushed into a pulp, and randomly placed into its 100 treasures pouch. Li Qingshan's eyes turned scarlet. He glanced around and silenced the remaining underlings one by one, obtaining 7 or 8 demon cores and over a dozen corpses. He stowed them all into his 100 treasures pouch. Downstream, Shin immediately felt the pressure on her lessen significantly. However, even without the control of demon chi, the mountain torrent had already taken shape. Coupled with the support of the rain, the mountain torrent turned into a wall of water several meters tall in the blink of an eye. It was a daunting sight. Shin found it extremely difficult to use this innate ability, gradually struggling to maintain it. The water Shin she had conjured showed signs of collapsing as well. In the mountain city, the common people had never seen something like this before. All of them became ashen in shock. They all knelt on the ground, praying piously and crying for help. All of them seemed to be right by her ears. She smiled bitterly to herself. Even if you beg me, it's useless. I'm not really an immortal, Buddha, or demon at the end of the day. I'm just a puny cultivator who has just grasped the basics of the path of cultivation. She never thought that she would still be powerless after exposing herself before him. The spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Li Qingshan descended from above and landed in front of the torrent. The raging torrent immediately calmed down significantly, but the danger had not been resolved. The wall of water continued to rise. If this continued, it would be like a tsunami that could directly flatten the mountain city. At that moment, Li Qingshan forgot about everything. He stared straight at Shin. Only now did he finally see Shin's true appearance. Not only had her eyes changed color, but a pair of blue fins grew from behind her ears as well as an even larger pair of fins on her back. They were transparent like silk and fluttered like wings. From her waist down, the pair of fins turned into an azure fishtail, swaying gracefully in the water. "Have you seen enough? If you have, then hurry up and help me," Shin said in annoyance. "Sure. Move aside." Li Qingshan smiled like a child who had peeped into an adult's private matters, which made Shin feel like he was extremely annoying. She said nothing more and moved aside. The wall of water immediately collapsed. When the people in the city saw this, they all cried out. They all collapsed onto the ground as their legs became as weak as noodles. All they saw was the gushing water spiraling into the sky. Li Qingshan's right hand constantly spun, using the vortex form. The spirit turtle's demon core in his body shone brightly and flew high into the air. At this moment, the strange catfish had been slain. The dark clouds dispersed, and the sun emerged. Sunlight shone on the river of water that stretched across the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded. Li Qingshan swung his hand forcefully like he was splashing ink. In that moment, the river of water poured down and shattered in the air, turning into a true downpour. All the people in the city were drenched. As the mist surged, a streak of light shot across the city. Cheers rang out. Li Qingshan returned to the area between the two mountains. Shin had already returned to her original appearance. She was so relaxed that it was like she was purposefully pretending nothing had happened. However, Li Qingshan could not hold back his curiosity. He asked, "You're a merfolk?" Shin answered with a question instead. Even if mortals primarily cultivate the water element, do they possess such control over water? Chapter 430. That's because I'm talented. Li Qingshan laughed loudly. The rainbow bridge stretched out behind him, shining resplendently. "Me too." Shin said in exasperation, "If you want me to refine pills, then cut the bullshit." She leapt up and landed on the verdant leaf, drifting away with the wind. Li Qingshan followed behind on a cloud, constantly studying Ayushin's back. Merfolk were one of the other folk. They lived by water, mostly on the shores of the South Sea. They were beautiful and good at singing, weaving water into silk, and their tears turned into pearls. The Mist Province was much larger than the Green Province. He was unable to imagine how she had crossed almost 50,000 kilometers and settled down here. Now that he had seen her true face, the mysteries surrounding her became even deeper. All right. I'm half a merfolk. What do you think? Ayushin could not put up with Li Qingshan's stare anymore. She suddenly stopped on the verdant leaf and said in annoyance. Nothing. Actually, just now, you're quite beautiful. In particular, your eyes. Li Qingshan said sincerely. Perhaps due to the elves of the world condensing, many races of other folk were renowned for their beauty. Merfolk were the cream of the crop among them. It was said that their eyes possessed a mysterious power. You could not make eye contact with them, or you would be enchanted. Ayushin's heart skipped a beat. She found Li Qingshan to be very strange. When regular people saw other folk, all of them would be surprised and shocked. They would feel repulsed, but he showed no reaction at all. Instead, he seemed even more amiable towards her. Her nervousness eased up. She pointed at her eyes with a smile. If my eyes are made into condensed jade pearls, they'll be priceless. Li Qingshan was taken aback. He smiled in disdain. And here I thought it was something impressive. I have something on me that's worth much more than your eyes. Ayushin was originally probing him, but she never expected him to compare it to something more precious. She had no idea how to react. She did become rather curious about what he was talking about. Suddenly, she snorted, "What a pervert," and took off on her artifact. Li Qingshan was confused. I'm talking about the demon core. What are you thinking? 150 kilometers southwest of the Clear River Prefecture. There were dozens of undulating mountain peaks, and they were called chain mountains. Although it could not be considered a paradise, it was still rich in spiritual energy. It was a good place for cultivation. The two of them passed through the fog and landed on a cliff. Ayushin waved her hand. The scenery in front of him distorted, and the door of the cave residence protruded. Two large words were written on it, Ayushin. Li Qingshan smiled. She had written her name on the door so boldly. It really did suit her style. Please, fellow Daoist Li. Ayushin gestured with her hand. The stone table and table in the cave were complete, clean, and elegant, without a speck of dust. Only the smoke curled upwards, adding to the otherworldly feeling. Ayushin said, I won't drink tea. If you don't drink tea, I won't trouble you. You won't drink tea, right? Li Qingshan smiled. Yes. While Ayushin was preparing tea, Li Qingshan did not hold back at all. After looking around inside and out, he suddenly heard a clanking sound from the front hall. Ayushin shouted, Li Qingshan, get over here and drink some tea. Li Qingshan returned to the front hall, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. He said slowly, although this place is peaceful, what if a fiendish demon attacks? That would be bad. The formation will be able to hold on for a while. It's also very convenient to ask for help from the 100 schools of thought. Besides, I'm not made of paper. Let's not talk about this anymore. Quickly bring the remaining blue butterfly flowers over. With my current skills, it won't take much effort to refine a few true pill. Ayushin said casually. Li Qingshan put down his teacup and opened his 100 treasures pouch. Numerous blue butterflies flew out, but he was not done yet. He continued to take out the spirit herbs he collected from the underground, one by one. 1,000-year blackblood ginseng, 1,000-year astragalus seed. Ayushin was stunned. She took out the spirit herbs one by one to admire them, her eyes shining brightly. She had been refining pills for a long time and had seen many kinds of spirit herbs. However, these spirit herbs were either 1,000 years old or 800 years old. Every single one of them was hard to find in this world. Yet, Li Qingshan took them out like they were cabbages. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. All right, that's all for now. Fellow Daoist Li, please have some tea. Ayushin smiled gently and picked up the teacup. Leave it here. Li Qingshan snorted and tilted his chin. TSK, I said you're fat. You're panting. Ayushin tossed the teacup on the table before picking up the spiritual herbs and studying them closely. Where did these spiritual herbs come from? Forget it. Hair, I've struck it rich. The virtue I've accumulated over the past 2 years really hasn't gone to waste. The two of them went to the alchemy room. Ayushin took out the crystal resin furnace and various spirit herbs. She immediately started to refine pills. Li Qingshan quietly retreated. Ayushin looked back and asked, "Where are you going?" "To open up a cave." Li Qingshan had already planned on setting up his own school a long time ago. There were too many people in the academy, so it was truly inconvenient for him to cultivate. In particular, it was even more so when it came to diamonds. After seeing Ayushin's dwelling today, he made up his mind. "You're not going to watch over me this time? I'm too busy. I don't have time. Don't blame me if I don't get enough pills. It doesn't matter. When the time comes, I'll get rid of the donkey after it leaves the millstone. Even you won't be able to escape." Li Qingshan waved his hand without looking back. Ayushin was startled. "You're the donkey." Li Qingshan had already walked out of the cave. His laughter gradually dissipated. Originally, she thought he would have to accompany her to refine pills for a while. She felt it was a bit troublesome, but she didn't expect him to leave so quickly. Instead, she felt a bit lonely. Suddenly, she broke into a smile. Even though he was so bewildered, she had never doubted that he would really turn against her. Even if it was only 30% of the pills refined from these spirit herbs, it would be enough for any two cultivation sects to turn against each other and start a war. Shaking her head to get rid of these thoughts, she sat cross-legged, started the crystal resin furnace, and began to refine pills. Li Qingshan returned to the 100 schools of thought and told Liu Chuanfeng that he was going to open up a cave outside. Then, he looked for little Anne. "Have you told that Chen Rongji about the matter?" "Yes, I've already collected 70 to 80,000. That fast?" Li Qingshan was surprised. As it turned out, Chen Rongji had not just collected corpses over the years. She had also done quite a bit of shady business. She had accumulated 40 to 50,000 corpse soldiers, and they were all elites that had been refined with great care. The others that were of inferior quality had all been sold. Otherwise, she would have had at least 100 or 200,000. There were many acquaintances in the 100 schools of thought as well. After casually collecting some, they gathered 70 to 80,000, which she handed to Little Anne for now. She didn't accept the spirit stones. She said she wanted to settle it with you. That's fine too. Li Qingshan rubbed Little Anne's head and thought to himself. It really was a good idea to leave this matter to her. Let's go build a cave. A cave? That's our home. Home. Little Anne repeated softly. The heart that was created from the path of white bone and great beauty suddenly burned with passion. She nodded firmly. All right. Just as the two of them were about to leave, Wa Sungzon and Han Thierry came over together. One of them had a picturesque appearance and was incomparably handsome. The other had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, looking extremely heroic. Ever since they overcame the heavenly tribulation, their beauty had become even more alluring. When they stood together, they looked like a pair of jade. Li Qingshan went up to greet them. "Why are you two here?" "Qingshan, I heard that you're going to build a cave. Do you need our help?" Wa Sungzon said enthusiastically. Han Thierry did not like to talk. He stood there coldly. "There's no need for that. It's just digging a hole." "You can't say that. You can't build a cave without a formation. This 8 gates formation of golden locks might not be the best formation, but it's barely enough to be used as a protective formation. Take it as a congratulation for your success in establishing your foundation." Wa Sungzon was being overly modest. This 8 gates formation of golden locks was worth at least several tens of thousands of spirit stones. Even a foundation establishment cultivator would find it difficult to break through it with their own strength. Furthermore, it could lock in spiritual chi. After a while, even a regular mountain could become a cultivation spot. Li Qingshan was moved. He accepted the entire set of formation plates and flags. Right now, He did not lack several tens of thousands of spirit stones. However, the source of his assets was unknown. If he spent it recklessly, it would be very easy for others to become suspicious. Hua Sungzon's formation could be said to be a timely help. However, he did not have anything to return the favor with. Everything he had on him was stolen goods. Suddenly, he thought of something and took out the demon core he had just obtained from the strange catfish he had obtained from his 100 treasures pouch. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Take this. Hua Sungzon and Han Tiri's gazes were immediately drawn away. Hua Sungzon accepted the demon core and said in surprise, "This is a demon general's demon core. Where did you get it from?" Li Qingshan told him everything that had happened. Han Tiri looked at him, and the light in his eyes flickered. Hua Sungzon said, "I've heard about that demon too. It's already flooded many cities and towns. I never thought it would die to your hands." Apart from giving him a gift, he had also come to persuade Li Qingshan not to focus on cultivation and neglect the matters of the 100 schools of thought and the Hawkwolf Guard. Never did he think he would kill a demon general as soon as he took action. What else was there to say? Even if he went into secluded cultivation for another year or so, no one would say anything. The value of the demon core even surpassed his 8 gates formation of golden locks. He fiddled around with it before returning the demon core to Li Qingshan. "It's not like I've come to make a deal with you, so why would I need your demon core? If you don't need it, I can buy it. However, you specialize in the water element, and this demon core is also of the water element. It suits you the best, so take it." Li Qingshan was actually very reluctant to part with it. Since Hua Sungzon had said that, he would just go with the flow and take the demon core. As long as his cultivation increased, would he still need to worry about not having a chance to return the favor? "Brother-in-law, where's your gift?" Li Qingshan teased. Sure enough, Han Tiri reached into his 100 treasures pouch. He seemed to pull out something, but there was nothing in his hand. Li Qingshan squinted his eyes and studied it closely. Just now, he could see that it was an almost transparent sword over a meter long. Although it did not give off any light, Li Qingshan could clearly sense that it was a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. Hua Sungzon smiled. The illusory water sword of invisibility is one of General Han's treasures. When you use it, both you and the sword can become invisible. It's a god artifact for stealth and assassination. You've basically acknowledged Qingshan as your son-in-law. "My father didn't say that," said Han Tiri. Hua Sungzon ignored him. He asked, "Where do you plan on building your dwelling?" "The Chain Mountains. Isn't that?" Hua Sungzon stopped talking and looked at Han Tiri. Han Tiri was about to hand the illusory water sword of invisibility to Li Qingshan when he suddenly clenched his hand and wanted to take it back. Li Qingshan grabbed his hand. "Brother-in-law, how can you take back something that you've already taken out? This is a gift from old Mount Tai." Han Tiri struggled, but he could not move his hand at all. He was secretly shocked. "What great strength." Li Qingshan smiled. "Don't mess around. Don't forget, you still owe me a punch. Come and get it." Han Tiri threw a punch. He had long wanted to spar with Li Qingshan again. Chapter 431. Since we're already married, how can I still hit you? Li Qingshan smiled and dodged backwards. What does the matter between us have to do with other people? Han Tiri took a step forward and swung down viciously with his fingers like a blade. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. The cloud parting form. Li Qingshan brought his palms together and pushed them forward in an ordinary manner. Han Tiri's expression changed. He felt like a great tsunami was slamming down on him, blotting out the sky. He could not dodge it. Hum. A ring of blue light whistled past. The bamboo forest rustled and rippled. Hua Sungzon's clothes ruffled as he praised inside. Li Qingshan had only just undergone the heavenly tribulation, yet his control over spiritual qi was already so exquisite, not to mention the tremendous force behind it. If he faced him head-on, it probably would not be a good idea. Sure enough, Han Tiri was like a floating boat in the surging waves, drifting back over 30 meters before landing gently on the ground. He was completely unscathed. With another stomp, he lunged towards Li Qingshan. The cloud-parting form. Li Qingshan pushed out with his palms again calmly. With the tremendous spiritual qi he had cultivated from the arts of the boundless ocean as support and the spirit turtle's demon core assisting him in mobilizing the spiritual qi of the world, using the cloud-parting form took an almost negligible toll on him. Han Thierry could only retreat again. He had personally passed the arts of the boundless ocean to Li Qingshan, so he understood its workings very well. The greatest characteristic of the cultivation method was its limitlessness and vastness. For some reason, this advantage seemed to be particularly obvious on Li Qingshan. When he had just returned from Foundation establishment, no one had thought the tremendous aura would belong to a cultivator who had just reached Foundation establishment. In short, he could not face him head-on. All he could do was find an opportunity and defeat him in a single move. However, Li Qingshan seemed to have fallen in love with this move. No matter how many moves Han Thierry tried, he just stood where he was without moving. In the blink of an eye, he had pushed out the cloud-parting form over a dozen times. Han Thierry's battle techniques were profound, but he couldn't do anything to him. Originally, he wanted to wait until Li Qingshan's spiritual energy was exhausted and his spirit was exhausted. However, unexpectedly, the more he pushed, the more smoothly it became, and the more spirited he became. Han Thierry was forced to retreat more than 10 times. She didn't even manage to touch a corner of his clothes. Hua Sungzon chuckled. Qingshan, don't bully an honest man. Li Qingshan was still in the mood to chat with Hua Sungzon. This is called one move to dominate the world. In a decisive battle on the battlefield, of course, whatever moves are useful will be used. What's there to bully? Even though Han Thierry had a strong will, he was still cursing in his heart, and the coldness on his face deepened. With a single step, the stone slab shattered. He took out his weapon and shook the tassel of the spear. One with the spear. The spear shot out like a dragon, intending to break Li Qingshan's cloud-expelling style. Oh, my little brother-in-law is angry. As Li Qingshan spoke, he pushed out his palms again. Han Thierry raised his eyebrows, but he didn't see the expected cloud-expelling tsunami. His spear stabbed in the air. Then he looked at Li Qingshan's face, and a strange smile appeared. Oh no! I fell into this guy's trap. It was too late to change his move. Li Qingshan's right palm turned into a claw. Using the vortex style, he changed the push into the lead. Han Thierry's body was drawn slightly, and Li Qingshan's left fist whistled over. A battle between masters was only a thin line. The long spear in Han Thierry's hand suddenly became as soft as a snake, twisting and bending, and stabbing into Li Qingshan's heart. Li Qingshan retracted his fist and retreated. He took the illusory water sword of invisibility and floated away with little Anne. His laughter came from the clouds. Since we're already in-laws, let's forget about this punch. Little brother Thierry, if you have any trouble in the future, don't hesitate to ask brother-in-law for help. Haha. This guy, Thierry, are you alright? It's a draw. Hua Sungzon saw Han Thierry standing still with his spear and said with concern. It's not a draw. I lost. Han Thierry looked up at the sky and touched his face that was almost hit. No one knew what he was thinking. Winning and losing are common things in war. Besides, if it was really a battle of life and death, you wouldn't be so easily swayed. I know how you feel about Ayushin. Stop talking. I'm not you. Han Thierry interrupted coldly. It was normal for one's heart to be moved by something that could be desired. However, not everyone would fall head over heels and break their hearts for the sake of the word love. All right. You're all men with hearts of stone. I'm the only one who's a sentimental little woman. Hua Sungzon touched his face and sighed. This attitude caused Han Thierry's lips to curl up involuntarily. His eyes revealed a smile, and the bit of depression in his heart disappeared. Sir, the Demon Slayer's Fu Qingjin is requesting an audience. He says he has some questions, a legalism disciple came to report. Hua Sungzon's expression had already turned serious. He exchanged a glance with Han Thierry and had the same doubts. What is he doing here? As soon as Li Qingshan left the 100 Schools of Thought, he came across an extremely familiar figure. Fu Qingjin currently stood with his arms behind his back, looking at the sky. He lowered his head and glanced past Li Qingshan indifferently. Li Qingshan frowned and brushed past him on a cloud, but he heard Fu Qingjin say, "Please wait, fellow cultivator." He arrived before him in the blink of an eye. "What is it?" "I want to ask, where were you yesterday?" Fu Qingjin said slowly. "Why are you asking that?" Li Qingshan immediately became alert. Sure enough, the appearance of the soaring dragon sword had exposed its tracks, which was why the spirit turtle's demon core had warned him. "I don't have any other intentions. I'm just asking." Fu Qingjin smiled warmly with great self-restraint. He even nodded at Xiaoan. However, his politeness was like that of a naturally modest king. Although his politeness towards his subjects came from his own intentions, it was still difficult for others to accept. If it were a regular cultivator, even if they were dissatisfied, they would still be forced to show some politeness and say a few words. However, the two of them were not so easy to get along with. Little An was emotionless, while Li Qingshan said, "I'll go wherever I want." "What's it got to do with you?" He directly rode off on a cloud. Fu Qingjin did not stop him, nor did he chase after him. He only watched on as he sank into his thoughts. At this moment, Wo Sungzon received the news and came out to receive him. Fu Qingjin said, "May I ask who the fellow who just left is? Why haven't I seen him before?" Wo Sungzon was taken aback. He had no idea what was going on, so he briefly introduced Li Qingshan. Fu Qingjin's right hand behind his back was hidden in his wide sleeve, holding a curved and elongated horn. He thought to himself, "The truth." He added another name to the list of people worthy of suspicion, Li Qingshan. Fu Qingjin did not chase after him, which made Li Qingshan even more vigilant. This person was shrewd and unfathomable. The three elders could not compare to him at all. After flying for a while longer, a streak of 5-colored light shot over from below. Chu Tian called out, "Li Qingshan, so what if you've reached Foundation Establishment? Are you bold enough to compete with me and have a taste of my palm of the 5 elements?" Li Qingshan sighed. "If only my enemies were all as adorable as the one before me." He smiled. "All right then. If I don't slap the face that's been delivered to me, what's the point of me reaching Foundation Establishment?" Ever since that meeting, Chu Tian had been holding back his anger. Afterwards, when he heard that Li Qingshan had actually found Yu Xin and wanted to set up a dwelling in the Chain Mountains as well, he flew into a rage. Wasn't that basically the same as a couple of cultivation partners? However, he had been waiting for a very long time this time. Below was a desolate, sparse forest. If he used that thing here, no one would be able to find out. His killing intent suddenly rose up. To be continued. Chapter 432. Sensing this killing intent, Li Qingshan's eyes twitched. It seemed like he would have to settle things today. Chu Tian, Chu Tian, I don't have any deep enmity with you, but don't blame me for being cruel and merciless when you put on such a display. The 5 elements' true energy shone brilliantly, condensing into a giant hand above Chu Tian's head. His mind sank bit by bit as he coldly gazed at Li Qingshan. All the humiliations he had received appeared in his mind. "Li Qingshan, today is the day you die." Li Qingshan and Little An exchanged glances. A lion should use all its strength to capture a rabbit. Let's not waste any more words and work together to instantly kill him. Little An understood and pinched the skull prayer beads. The setting sun cast their figures into the wild forest below. Their gazes clashed, and a battle to the death could break out at any moment. Li Qingshan frowned and looked into the distance. He rubbed Little An's head and curiously sized up Chu Tian. Could it be that the reincarnation of a celestial really had the mandate of heaven protecting them? Wei Yangsheng flew over and shouted from afar, "Chu Tian, what are you doing?" When Chu Tian heard that Li Qingshan wanted to open up his cave, he had come here to lay an ambush, thinking that no one would notice. However, he was a person who showed his emotions on his face. His body was filled with killing intent, and he would occasionally sneer. No one could see that something was wrong with him. As soon as Chu Tian left the 100 schools of thought, a Confucian disciple quietly reported to Wei Yangsheng. "Patriarch, why are you here?" Chu Tian's expression changed, and he put down the item, not daring to make a move. Wei Yangsheng ignored Chu Tian and bowed to Li Qingshan. "Junior brother Li, what are you doing?" "Chu Tian wants to challenge me." "Don't stop him, senior brother. I'd like to see just what he's capable of," Li Qingshan muttered. He also sensed something was amiss. Although Chu Tian was arrogant, he wasn't actually stupid. Could it be that he couldn't see the difference in strength between them? Since he dared to challenge him, he must have some powerful trump card. "Chu Tian, is this true?" Wei Yangsheng asked in surprise. What kind of person was Li Qingshan? Not to mention a mere qi practitioner, even he did not have the confidence to defeat him. Challenge him? Is the god of longevity tired of living? You even chose such a desolate place. Once Li Qingshan's murderous intent flares up, do you think you'll still be alive? "Patriarch, don't worry about me, this is our private matter." Chu Tian waved his hand in annoyance. Wei Yangsheng was angered by the retort. "I was so worried about your safety and hurried over, but you didn't appreciate it at all. Instead, you're complaining that I'm a busybody. Chu Tian, your cultivation is amazing, I can't control you. I'll just watch from here. Let's see how you win. I'll be waiting to applaud and congratulate you. Senior brother, don't be angry." Li Qingshan smiled. He knew that Wei Yangsheng was staying here because he didn't want Chu Tian to suffer too much. But the current Chu Tian was just an insignificant person to him. So what if he spared his life? There was still a long way to go. Chu Tian frowned, his face full of anxiety. He clenched and unclenched his fists. In front of Wei Yangsheng, he couldn't use that thing. He couldn't kill Wei Yangsheng as well. After so many years together, he still had some feelings for Wei Yangsheng. He wasn't deranged to the point of not recognizing his own family. But if he didn't use that thing, how could he win? If he admitted defeat like this, he would lose face. In his heart, he still had some hope. Now that his 5-elemental true qi was complete and formed the 5-elemental body protection, even if he faced a foundation establishment cultivator, he would have the ability to protect himself. When he returned, he could just say that even a foundation establishment cultivator like Li Qingshan couldn't do anything to him. Then he would win. Li Qingshan didn't waste any time. He separated his hands and used the vortex technique. The invisible true qi of heaven and earth converged into a huge vortex in the blink of an eye. It spun rapidly and released a strong suction force, causing the wind to howl. In the wild forest on the ground, some trees with shallow roots were uprooted and sucked into the vortex. Wei Yangsheng's expression changed slightly. He flew back more than 10 feet and thought, is the arts of the boundless ocean so powerful? It was a happy thing for the 100 schools of thought to have such a powerful figure, but Chu Tian was going to be unlucky. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should be happy or worried. Chu Tian was shocked. He clenched his teeth and desperately urged the 5-elemental true qi to stabilize his body. But like a withered leaf in a vortex, he was involuntarily sucked into the center of the vortex. Suddenly, with a roar, the 5-elemental palm print fiercely slapped at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan smiled. The vortex reversed and Chu Tian flew out again. He could only watch as Li Qingshan went further and further away. The vortex spun again and he was sucked in again. After going back and forth countless times, Chu Tian felt the sky and earth were spinning. He was dizzy and had no strength to fight back. A foundation establishment cultivator had an overwhelming advantage over a qi refinement cultivator. Chu Tian might be able to protect himself in front of a normal foundation building cultivator by relying on the 5-elemental true qi, but how could a normal foundation building cultivator compare to Li Qingshan? Li Qingshan simply sat on the cloud and guided the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. If he wanted Chu Tian to go east, he would go west. If he wanted Chu Tian to go west, he would go west. It was purely for fun. Wei Yangsheng sighed softly. He wanted to say something but stopped. It was good to teach Chu Tian a lesson. If a qi practitioner jumped out like this and made trouble for him, this kind of trick would be considered light. Chu Tian said angrily, Li Qingshan, fuck, What are you going to do? Li Qingshan's figure flashed. He arrived in front of Chu Tian and slapped down with his palm. Chu Tian's protective true qi began to crumble inch by inch. Bang! Like a rubber ball, Chu Tian flew into the wild forest. With a boom, the forest trembled, and smoke rose in all directions. Li Qingshan wanted to chase after him. Wei Yangsheng stopped him and advised, "Junior brother, give me some face and let it go. He's already been taught a lesson." Chu Tian jumped out of the deep pit he created. He stared at Li Qingshan with bloodshot eyes. "Li Qingshan, you've gone too far." Li Qingshan said in surprise, "Weren't you the one who came to challenge me? What does it have to do with me? Did you come here just to make me happy?" "Thank you, I'm in a much better mood now." "Chu Tian, why don't you apologize?" Wei Yangsheng grabbed Chu Tian and shot him a glance. Why you?" Chu Tian looked at Wei Yangsheng before looking at Li Qingshan. He clearly had a powerful trump card, yet he was unable to use it. He felt so wronged and furious that he actually burst into tears. It made Li Qingshan very apologetic. He clasped his hands at Wei Yangsheng. "Senior brother, I'll be leaving first." Wei Yangsheng was exasperated at Chu Tian for failing to live up to his expectations. He persuaded earnestly and sincerely, "Little Tian, we're all people of the academy. It's not like you've killed your father or stolen your wife, so why must you humiliate yourself like this? Even if you want to get back at them, you need to reach foundation establishment first. Senior brother, if it weren't for you. Chu Tian hammered the ground as he choked back sobs. "If it weren't for me." What? The Hawkwolf Guard bustled about in the Clear River Prefecture. Wa Sungzon descended from above and stepped in. "Commander Hua, you've come." Everyone greeted him. "Yep, I've come." Wa Sungzon nodded at them one by one. He made his way upstairs quickly and pushed open the door. Wang Pushi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands behind his back. He said without even looking back, "Where is he? Didn't I tell you to tell him to report back?" Wa Sungzon said, "He said he wanted to set up a dwelling, so I told him to go first." "Aren't you being too lenient with him? Even if he's at foundation establishment, he's still a Hawkwolf Guard, and he's a disciple of the academy. He has his own responsibilities. If he wants to enter secluded cultivation, he can enter secluded cultivation. If he wants to set up a dwelling, he can set up a dwelling. What kind of propriety would that be?" Wang Pushi turned around and said sternly. Compared to 3 years ago, his appearance had not changed much. He only seemed a little more weathered. But he just killed a demon general. Wang Pushi was taken aback. Even so, he can't act so recklessly. However, his tone eased up. Not all of the school leaders of the academy could kill demon generals. Although Li Qingshan did whatever he wanted and was unrestrained, the things he did were impeccable. As a matter of fact, they could not help but praise him for his actions. Fu Qingjin came earlier. He asked me about my whereabouts yesterday. He seems to be investigating something. Wa Sungzon ruminated over his conversation with Fu Qingjin just now. He wanted to analyze something from it. No matter what this leader of the Demon Slayer of the Clear River Prefecture did, there would always be a deeper meaning behind it. Investigating what? Wang Pushi frowned. "I'm not sure. From what he said, someone did something impressive yesterday. He even said he's going to do something major before long. He wants our cooperation, and it'll be very beneficial to us as well." Wa Sungzon crossed his arms in thought as he propped up his chin with one hand, trying to guess what Fu Qingjin was thinking. In the Chain Mountains, a white cloud swam freely between the mountains. It was Li Qingshan and Little and who had come to search for a suitable place to set up a dwelling. A while later, they had toured through several dozen mountains of various sizes. Finally, Li Qingshan chose a mountain. Although it was not particularly steep or lofty, it did seem rather elegant. "Let's get to work." "Yeah." Little and nodded. They circled around the mountain again and found a natural cave. Li Qingshan condensed the water ripples in his right hand into a huge drill. The rock fell to the ground like powder, expanding the cave. It was the entrance to the dwelling. Li Qingshan ventured deeper. Before long, He had carved out a huge cave in the center of the mountain. He had basically created the simplest dwelling. In the end, he took out formation discs and banners and cast down the 8 gates formation of golden locks. The 8 characters of the 8 gates, rest, live, hurt, do, die, open, flickered one after another around the mountain. A diagram of the 8 trigrams revolved at the top of the mountain and suddenly froze, enveloping it before vanishing at the same time. It was like it had merged with the mountain, locking up the spiritual chi of the mountain firmly. Li Qingshan nodded in satisfaction. From that moment onwards, no one could enter the mountain so easily unless they received his permission. He did not have to worry about leaking demon chi and being discovered by others if he cultivated here either. Arriving at the entrance of the dwelling, Li Qingshan flattened the rocks above with a wave of his hand. He said to Little Anne, "I can't write. You do it." Little Anne bit her lips. The bone sword pierced through her palm and danced in the air. Her strokes were like dragons and snakes, and the rock powder scattered. 3 big words appeared: Qing Xiao's home. It was Qingshan and Little Anne's home. Qing Xiao's dwelling. What a strange name. But it doesn't matter. From today onwards, this is our home. Li Qingshan crossed his arms and looked up. He was in high spirits. Little Anne smiled faintly. At that moment, the moon had just risen. The moonlight shone on the autumn mountains, shining on the 2 figures of one big and one small, freezing time. Kiss. If you think this site is good, please remember to help promote this site. This site. Chapter 433. The Immortal's cave that Li Qingshan had opened up was neither elegant nor magnificent. It only had one word: large. In the spacious belly of the mountain, Li Qingshan took out the monster core of the strange clam. This monster core was also of the water attribute, so the power it contained was the best tonic for him. He opened his mouth and swallowed the monster core. A huge amount of energy was released from his body. Although it was not a self-explosion, the power was enough to take the life of an ordinary cultivator. Li Qingshan used the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression, but he felt like he could no longer suppress it any longer. His body immediately changed, rapidly growing taller and larger, turning into his original form as a demon. An enormous amount of demonic chi penetrated the mountain peak and shot up to the sky. The 8 gates golden lock formation immediately activated and locked this chi. If this was in the 100 schools of thought, this would inevitably reveal his tracks. Here, however, there was no need to worry about this. The spirit turtle's demon core shone brightly, spinning as it revolved. It pressed down with all its might, absorbing the demon core bit by bit. Only then did Li Qingshan's figure gradually return to normal. Seeing that Li Qingshan was fine, Anne sat down cross-legged at the side and summoned out the corpse soldiers. She activated the blood flame of corpse incineration and the pale flame of bone smelting, and refined a corpse in an instant. 10 days later, a skull prayer bead was forged. The 14 little skeleton devils were jumping around as if they were welcoming their new companions. Li Qingshan's cultivation had reached the most critical juncture. During the 3 years of secluded cultivation, he had been constantly practicing the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression, never stopping. Originally, he thought he could easily break through to the 4th layer of the spirit turtle with the water element demon core, but just now, he discovered it would not be that easy. Even if he completely digested the demonic core, he still needed a little more. This was the essence of a demon general that had been condensed for thousands of years. As his cultivation increased, the spirit turtle's demon core's demand for resources became more and more startling. If he just sat there and absorbed the spiritual chi of the world, who knew how many years it would take before it was enough? Li Qingshan suddenly remembered that when he killed the strange centipede, he had also obtained some low-quality monster cores, which were basically water-type. He took it out and swallowed it, making up for the last bit. In the Sword Collection Palace, the white-haired divining elder, sitting cross-legged in front of the 9 provinces map, the Tianji sword rested horizontally on his knees. It spun endlessly. While Fu Qingjin was investigating, Elder Diviner did not stop tracking. The Sumeru ring was equivalent to a miniature world of its own. Apart from the owner, no one would be able to detect the situation inside, much less sense the aura of the flying dragon sword. Elder Divining pondered for a moment, then once again set his sights on the soaring dragon Elder's Sumeru ring. It was difficult for the people of this world to find out what was happening in other worlds, but the door would always remain in this world. Until it was destroyed. Although it would not emit any aura, it was a trajectory that could be vaguely grasped. A couple of years ago, Elder Destiny tried the same thing. As a result, he suffered a counterforce and was injured severely. What hurt him wasn't Oxen himself, but Oxen's spirit power, which was left in Ji Hao's ring. If it were not for this spirit power, the Sword Collection Palace would have found Li Qingshan with the divination of the heavenly secrets a long time ago and cut him to pieces. Li Qingshan thought Oxen had already left, but little did he know that in these past few years, Oxen's power had always been protecting him. But at this moment, the spirit power vanished. Li Qingshan was like a child who had lost his final layer of protection. Not only did he have to survive in this world alone, but he also had to face powerful enemies that he struggled to face right now. Rise. Elder Destiny's hands were like a lotus, extending and moving with unbelievable dexterity. The sword of heavenly secrets thrummed and rose up, pointing downwards and hovering above his head. One with the sword. The sword of heavenly secrets fell down, stabbing into Elder Destiny's forehead and merging with it. Elder Destiny's pitch-black pupils conjured a Taiji diagram of yin and yang, constantly spinning as he gazed at the 9 provinces map. At that moment, his gaze seemed to pierce through the mountains and rivers, gazing over the entire Clear River Prefecture. He wanted to find the tiny Sumeru ring within these 1,500 kilometers of rivers and mountains. He did not need to investigate, he did not need to analyze, he did not need to ask, he did not need to think. He directly asked fate itself, begging the heavens for an answer. After wandering around the river of fate for who knows how long, the corner of Elder Destiny's lips suddenly curled into a sliver of joy. He had finally found it. It was like a ray of sunlight in the darkness. Now, all he needed to do was follow this ray of sunlight and trace it back to its source. This also made Elder Destiny completely stop worrying. The last time he divined, the disaster of destruction had appeared with this ray of sunlight. In his daze, it seemed to be aback. It did not give off any hostility, nor did it purposefully attack him. However, this was the most terrifying part, as just the existence itself was enough to make his divination completely collapse. If it were not for the fact that he had become one with the sword, allowing the sword of heavenly secrets to absorb most of the damage, his sea of consciousness would have almost suffered a destructive blow. He felt like a flying insect that had accidentally flown into the crater of a volcano. The volcano erupted on its own, completely unaware of the existence of the flying insect. However, just a tiny wisp of smoke was enough to kill the flying insect. Elder Destiny followed that beam of sunlight. Abruptly, he sensed a disturbance. He was surprised for a second, but soon, he calmed down. It seemed like the other party also knew divination, but just now, the other party's strength was still below his. Little Anne, who was refining the skull prayer beads, felt his heart skip a beat. He frowned slightly and used the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots. Elder Destiny immediately felt the interference intensify. The ray of sunlight twisted, and the path it pursued became unpredictable. Battles between practitioners of divination like this were even more profound and mysterious than any other form of battle. Elder Destiny smiled. Confident, he nullified Little Anne's interference one by one, advancing towards his target firmly. Li Qingshan had no idea that Little Anne beside him was currently engaged in a battle like this with Elder Destiny thousands of kilometers away. All he did was quietly comprehend the changes in the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression until his mind reached absolute tranquility. Within the spirit turtle's demon core that resembled a turtle shell. Vaguely, there seemed to be something brewing within the tortoise shell, stirring restlessly. It was as if the primal chaos had just been born. The tortoise shell suddenly shook, and a pair of eyes lit up, deep and wise. Li Qingshan opened his eyes, which flickered with a clear, blue light. In that moment, he felt like he had been enlightened, as mortals would say. Many matters that had been difficult to understand suddenly became clear. The entire world became clear. Having broken through to the fourth layer of the spirit turtle, the profound glyphs on the spirit turtle's demon core became even clearer. An invisible power radiated from his body, reaching deep into the vast river of destiny and stirring up ripples. Elder Destiny opened his eyes in surprise. Just when the answer was about to appear, the ray of sunlight vanished completely, as if it had been obscured by a dark cloud. It was nowhere to be found anymore. "You've finally awakened." Little An exhaled deeply. "What's wrong?" Li Qingshan scratched his head. Although he was not particularly good at using the spirit turtle's ability of divination, hiding and fending off attacks were the instincts of the spirit turtle. From the perspective of the divination of heavenly secrets, what he hid was not just him, but his entire fate, in particular the existences closely connected to him. "Didn't you sense it? Someone's using divination to find us, or should I say, find it." Little An looked at the Sumeru ring in his hand. Hearing what Little An said, Li Qingshan returned to his senses. He frowned and said, "Earlier, I think. I felt like someone was spying on me, which made me feel bad, so I hid." "Why would I think of that?" And brought his palms together and smiled. The Buddhist scriptures say that there are 20 moments in a snap of a finger, and 20 thoughts in a moment. That's just one of your thoughts, so you obviously wouldn't notice it normally. Li Qingshan flicked his finger and smiled. So there are 400 thoughts in there. They're probably the so-called subconscious. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Even the person in question had no idea that they had thought that before. After reaching the fourth layer of the spirit turtle, not only did Li Qingshan's demon chi increase drastically, but his thoughts became even more meticulous as well, reaching an unprecedented level. Li Qingshan paced around. He even understood the protection from Oxen's soul sense, which made him feel very touched. Brother Ox must have calculated his cultivation accurately. Even if he could not foresee everything after reaching the fourth layer of the spirit turtle, he would not fall prey to a method like this. He had basically resolved one of his worries. He smiled. As for what he was going to do next, he already had an idea. The Sword Collection Palace definitely had a way to find the Soaring Dragon Sword's location, which was why Fu Qingjin had asked like that. If he wanted to retrieve the items in the Sumeru ring or even make the Soaring Dragon Sword his own, he needed a suitable place that could avoid the Sword Collection Palace's detection while weakening the Soaring Dragon Sword's resistance. A place like that was actually not difficult to find. It was right below Li Qingshan's feet. He kept going down, venturing even deeper underground and using the underground magnetic field. "Little An, what do you think?" Li Qingshan shared his thoughts with Little An. "Smart," Little An praised sincerely. Li Qingshan laughed aloud before sighing emotionally. His fate had been led underground once again, but he was in no hurry to set off. He could not let the North Moon appear too soon. After saying a few words to Little An and seeing her success, Li Qingshan calmed down and took out the illusory water sword of invisibility to begin refining it. Paired with the glazed mirror of invisibility, it was a match made in heaven. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. Autumn passed and winter came. Snow sealed off the mountains. The crystal resin cauldron was opened once more. Ayushin rubbed her neck and stood up. She took out the refined pills from the crystal resin cauldron and stored them into bottles. Looking through them, she saw that there were still quite a lot of spiritual herbs left behind by Li Qingshan. "I wonder how that guy is doing. He left me to toil here alone. I'll go out and take a breather." Just as she was thinking about this, someone activated the spirit design. Li Qingshan's voice came from outside the cave. "Ayushin, open the door." Ayushin activated the spirit design and opened the door to the cave abode. She scolded him. "Don't shout and shout in the future. What if I'm refining pills and you get distracted? You'll pay me or you'll pay me. I know you're not refining pills. How's it going?" Li Qingshan walked in, minding his own business. "How did you know?" "I guessed." Li Qingshan smiled. This was not a lie. He had not deliberately divined anything. He just thought of Ayushin and had a thought. That guy might have gotten bored with refining pills and came here. Kiss. If you think this site is good, please remember to help me promote it. This site. Chapter 434. Why don't you come to my dwelling and take a look around? Where is it? Li Qingshan extended his hand, and the wisps of cloud condensed into a cloud bridge, crossing the gorge and extending into the distance. Yu Xin followed the winding cloud bridge and circled around a mountain in front of her. After walking a short distance, she arrived in front of Li Qingshan's dwelling. She saw the words Qing Xiao's home and seemed to be in thought. She stroked her hair. So close. Don't tell me you're plotting something against me. Don't flatter yourself. I'm just protecting my pills and the alchemist. In other words, you were cultivating in the dwelling that day? Fu Qingjin crossed his legs and crossed his arms, gazing at the master of the vermilion clothes sect before him with a smile. The master of the vermilion clothes sect seemed rather uneasy. Fellow Fu, why are you asking this? I obviously cultivated in the sect. Fu Qingjin took out a curved, long horn from behind him. It flickered with light. Have you heard of the Xieji before, fellow? It's said to be a divine beast that can distinguish between loyalty and treachery. So that's right. This is the Xieji's horn. I hope you can tell me the truth, as this is very important. Fu Qingjin fiddled around with the green ruins sword carelessly. The master of the vermilion clothes sect's expression twisted. This was his secret. He definitely could not tell anyone about it. However, he glanced at the green ruins sword before glancing at the Xieji's horn. After a very long internal struggle, he finally said, "Fine then. I'll tell you. I went underground that day." "All right, I understand." Fu Qingjin turned around and stood up. He investigated all the mainframe cultivators in the vicinity of the Clear River Prefecture. He obtained a preliminary result. Some of them were personally questioned by him, while others had clear alibis. However, there were also a few Foundation establishment cultivators who refused to cooperate. They all belonged to the 100 schools of thought. In the end, there were a total of 7 suspects. The prime suspect. Li Qingshan. The master of the vermilion clothes sect felt like he had been pardoned. He let out a long sigh. As it seemed, Fu Qingjin had not come to investigate that matter. "You're going to trade with the night roamers, right?" Fu Qingjin's words made the vermilion clothes sect master's heart skip a beat. "Contact envoy, let me explain, colluding with the mutants and colluding with the enemy. It was a big taboo in the Demon Slayer." "That's right. 3 years ago. Your disciple who killed a Hawkwolf guard is still around, right? Don't let him wander around. We might need him soon." After saying that, Fu Qingjin turned into a green light and flew away. The Vermilion Robes sect master was stunned. Fu Qingjin left the Vermilion Clothes sect and flew into the sky. He did not go to find the suspects one by one and interrogate them. Instead, he chose a direction. He flew towards the direction of the vast mountains. Those directly related to the soaring dragon elder's death. The Dark Queen's cat demon and Jiyu Yangying. The Sword Collection Palace would not be able to investigate either one of them, but there would definitely be witnesses in the depths of the boundless mountains. That was because the witnesses were definitely diamonds. Due to the restrictions of the Alliance, the Sword Collection Palace struggled to investigate. Coupled with the Divining Elder's warning, they stopped. But now, the alliance within the Clear River Prefecture had been nullified, and the Divining Elder had confirmed that the power that did not belong here no longer interfered. They could finally carry out the investigation boldly. They would definitely be able to get to the bottom of the Soaring Dragon Elder's death by tackling these two aspects at the same time. Arriving at the edge of the boundless mountains, he saw that a city had already sprung up in the huge crater left behind by the destruction of the Green Vine Mountain. It was enveloped by formations, and many human cultivators moved about. It was even more bustling than the town of Flowing Clouds in the past. After the alliance was nullified, many human cultivators chose to enter the boundless mountains instead of the underground. Killing diamonds was also the same, but clearly, it was more reassuring to do it on the surface. And the sunlit boundless mountains were even more abundant in spiritual herbs. Then, Fu Qingjin looked towards the east. Milupt had blown up his demon core, leaving behind a pit there as well. On the surface, it seemed barren. But Fu Qingjin knew that a city of night roamers had sprung up beneath the rock and soil. It was rumored that the night roamers there did not attack humans. Instead, they remained neutral. According to the information Fu Qingjin had received, the supreme rulers of the city were a pair of night roamer sisters. The master of the Vermilion Clothes sect should have been dealing with them. This was not a coincidence. Compared to risking their lives in battles to the death, obtaining the rare resources underground through trade was much more appealing. The rise of the Green Vine Mountain's heavenly pit market had a lot to do with their attitude. Who knew how many resources were traded through these two cities? With Li Qingshan's throne as the center, the web-like tunnels became smooth and clean under the efforts of the night roamer craftsmen. They were like underground corridors. Her slender fingertips brushed past the smooth walls. As Yi Liusu walked through them, she felt a deep sense of pride. This was the result of her 3 years of hard work. Yi Liubo followed beside her, fiddling around with a set of formation banners. "Sister, I never thought the humans would actually be willing to sell us formations like this. They seem to be members of some demon slayer. Isn't that our great enemy underground? It's not like we're diamonds, so why can't we? The black gold ore is extremely useful for forging artifacts. The demon slayer doesn't have the ability to build underground mines either, so they obviously have to rely on us." As they said that, the two of them arrived in a cavern. This was a newly built village of night roamers. Every single night roamer bowed deeply when they saw Yi Liusu. This was not only out of fear towards power, but also out of respect towards Yi Liusu herself. Outside Li Qingshan's territory, the night roamers' internal strife did not stop. Instead, it intensified, extending from underground to the surface. As they followed Spider Queen's orders and assassinated human cultivators, they also became prey for each other. Under Yi Liusu's rule, Li Qingshan's will was carried out here. All internal strife ceased, becoming a unique land of peace. Many night roamers who had grown tired of fighting or were powerless to fight all gathered here, willing to become Sir Northmoon's servants. It was equivalent to breaking free from the control of other clans. When Li Qingshan was in secluded cultivation, his servants had already expanded to 5 digits. Yi Liusu smiled. She had proven that night roamers did not have to kill one another to survive. They could also enjoy their lives in peace and happiness. Liubo, set up the formation. Yi Liubo cast down the formation, and a semicircular glow enveloped the cavern. Yi Liusu nodded in satisfaction. Just like that, even if they were attacked by ignorant human cultivators, they would have time to provide reinforcements. Just when is master emerging from secluded cultivation? Yi Liubo kicked a rock beside her foot. "Don't worry. He'll wake up sooner or later." Yi Liusu's eyes flickered. When he woke up, she wanted to personally thank him and tell him, "You're right. I'm special." The rock flew into the darkness, but there was no sound of collision. Yi Liusu's expression changed. "Be careful, Liubo." The rock shot back with 10 times the speed, but it smashed into the barrier of light created by the formation. Strong stone emerged from the darkness and roared out, "Where's the North Moon?" Chapter 435. Strong Stone's bulky body constantly radiated with a vicious, forceful aura. 3 years of battle had completely unleashed his nature, and his strength had increased drastically too. His shining eyes were completely condensed from killing intent and battle intent. He grinned viciously, revealing his ghastly white teeth as if he wanted to feast on someone. "Everyone, retreat." Yi Liusu spread her arms like she was protecting a calf and ordered loudly. However, it was already too late. The formation was actually unable to stop the wondrous power of the Rock of Slaughter. The eyes of half the village's night roamers reddened as they lunged towards their companions. Yi Liubo waved her hand, and the bright yellow satin that Li Qingshan had bestowed upon her enveloped the night roamers, pulling them away from Strong Stone. "Sir Strong Stone, please withdraw your power. This is Sir North Moon's territory." Yi Liusu clasped her hands. Strong stone gave her more of a headache than any human cultivator. Don't you have ears? That's exactly what I've come for. It's his. Strong stone swaggered over, but he was blocked by the formation. Sir North Moon is currently in secluded cultivation. He probably can't see you. Is he bold enough to disobey Spider Queen's orders? A handsome, rosy-cheeked man in a cloak strode over from behind Strong Stone. He seemed to move slowly and leisurely, but he arrived before him in the blink of an eye. As he opened his mouth, he revealed two sharp fangs. Sir Blood Shadow. Yi Liusu sensed that something was amiss. She said with difficulty, if I wanted to pass on Spider Queen's orders, why would the two of you need to come together? Yi Liusu, your actions the past few years have left Spider Queen very dissatisfied. Not only do you avoid battle, but you're even bold enough to trade with humans. If it weren't for that bastard North Moon's contribution, I would have come and killed you a long time ago. Blood Shadow's demon chi filled the cavern. Just the pressure from his demon chi was enough to make the formation tremble. Over the past 3 years, he had devoured an unknown amount of fresh blood, and his strength had also increased by a level. We are not avoiding the battle passively. Instead, he was accumulating strength. Yi Liusu's explanation was powerless. This is the gadget you got from the humans? Strong Stone knocked on the screen in front of him. Suddenly enraged, he punched the light screen. The entire cavern trembled and swayed, and stalagmites fell from the ceiling. The light screen of the formation was instantly filled with cracks. Lord Strong Stone, please calm down. Yi Liusu hurriedly put away the array. Not to mention that this array couldn't stop them, even if it could. How could she dare to fight against these two great demons? After 3 years of hard work, she once thought that she was strong enough. She even thought that there was nothing wrong with Li Qingshan going into seclusion, and that she could do whatever she wanted. But at this moment, she realized how weak she was. If Strong Stone and Blood Shadow worked together, they could destroy everything they had spent 3 years to build in a single moment, just like how they destroyed human cities. I don't care if you're avoiding the battle passively or gathering your strength. I only need to tell you that Spider Queen's patience is limited. Blood Shadow sneered. Strong Stone grinned viciously. The humiliation of losing to the North Moon in the past. It was time for payback. The two diamonds rampaged about, alarming all the night roamers. The personal guards led by Yi Liusu all rushed over. They looked at one another, but they were afraid to stop them. The two diamonds arrived at the central cavern where Li Qingshan resided. Because they were afraid to disturb Li Qingshan, only this place remained the same as it was 3 years ago. In the sea of blue butterfly flowers, Li Qingshan's mirror clone sat on a stone pedestal, while Milopt coiled around him, breathing in and out spiritual chi. He had recovered a lot of his strength, and he was much larger than before. He saw Strong Stone stride over and lunge over, spitting out a pink mist. Strong Stone suddenly grew taller, turning into a huge stone giant and crushing Milopt beneath his feet. Then he immediately recovered his original appearance, transforming at will. He went up and grabbed Li Qingshan by the neck. "Wake up, Master!" Yi Liubua's cry reached Li Qingshan's ears from a great distance away. Li Qingshan's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. His scarlet, ruby-like eyes shone. "It's you," Blood Shadow said from the side. "Where's your true body? Spider Queen wants to see you. We want to see you too. We've come to settle our old debts. Let go of your foot." Li Qingshan saw Milopt struggle beneath Strong Stone's feet, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. "Are you angry? Then hurry up and come. I'm already itching to fight you. If you come too slowly, all of your servants will die." Blood Shadow waved his hand, and a night roamer guard began to twitch. Scarlet blood squeezed out of every single pore on his body desperately, flying into Blood Shadow's hand. He extended his tongue and licked it. Ripples of light radiated from Li Qingshan's body. Every single night roamer in the area felt a sense of tranquility arise spontaneously. The light flowed along Strong Stone's arm and into his body. Strong Stone suddenly felt his raging battle intent and killing intent suddenly settle down. Surprised, he took a step back and let go of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's figure flickered, sometimes blurry and sometimes clear. He stood in the center of the ripples, but he also seemed like a reflection in the ripples. Only his demon chi constantly rose up. The reflection in the mirror, the reflection in the water. When the mirror shattered, the water stirred, but the reflection remained the same. Since the original body had changed, the mirror image would move too. This was another layer of comprehension that Li Qingshan had gained about this innate ability after reaching the fourth layer of the spirit turtle and condensing the essence of the spirit turtle. His mirror clone would no longer vanish from the depletion of demon chi. As long as he used this ability again, he would be able to make his mirror clone return to its original state, like calming down the ripples and allowing the moon to be reflected once more. At this moment, the mirror avatar was like he had used the moon's mirror again. As his main body became stronger, the mirror avatar's demonic aura also increased greatly. Originally, the moon's mirror could only reflect 30% of his strength, but now it had reached 40%. Immediately, the strength of Li Qingshan's mirror clone multiplied. And I had thought it was something impressive, but it turns out that's all there is to it. Blood Shadow sneered. Even though his demon chi had multiplied, there was still a huge disparity between him and the two powerful diamonds that had increased in strength. Blood Shadow curled his finger at Li Qingshan, and all of Li Qingshan's chi and blood immediately surged as if they were about to burst out of his body. He only uttered a single word, suppress. His chi and blood immediately settled down. Blood Shadow's face twisted viciously, and his fangs protruded. He grabbed at the air with his right hand and pulled hard. He refused to believe that he could not even deal with the North Moon's clone after 3 years of cultivation. Countless hexagonal, faint, blue screens of light emerged from Li Qingshan's body, spinning in a dazzling manner and reflecting everyone's faces. In the end, they settled down and formed a thin screen of light, completely isolating Blood Shadow's ability to control blood. This was still the innate ability he had grasped first, the spirit turtle's profound shell. However, after Li Qingshan broke through to the fourth layer of the spirit turtle, especially after obtaining the complete cultivation method from his sea of consciousness, his understanding of the spirit turtle had reached a whole new level. Most of the spirituality of the spirit turtle lay in its shell. Hidden within the shell was a world of its own. No matter how the world changed and how the world changed, it remained unfazed. Whether it was the mysteries of the heavenly secrets or the wonders of techniques, out of all the techniques in the world, what could bypass the spirit turtle's shell and affect it? In the moment the spirit turtle opened its eyes, Li Qingshan's barrier had surpassed Blood Shadow's control. It did not even have much to do with the amount of demon chi anymore. Blood Shadow was surprised. His ability was actually useless. You're trying to act mysterious. Eat my punch. Strong Stone recovered his battle intent and killing nature, throwing out a punch. He had no doubt that the fragile screen of light would shatter under his fist. In a head-on clash like this, there were no tricks to be used. The faint, blue screen of light from the spirit turtle's profound shell was as smooth as a mirror. Strong Stone could clearly see himself lunging towards him, but he did not take it to heart. It was just a reflection. With a single thought, his fist landed on the spirit turtle's profound shell, colliding with the fist in the mirror without the slightest difference. Strongboulder's face was filled with shock, as he could clearly sense a tangible power radiate from his own mirror image. It just happened to block his fist. Although it was slightly weaker than his own strength, it had nullified most of the force of his punch. Strong Stone and Blood Shadow looked at each other in shock. The strength and abilities they were most confident in were actually useless before the North Moon. Most importantly, the one before them was not the North Moon's original body. It was just a clone. Just what had he cultivated in the past 3 years? You can't even deal with my clone, yet you're actually talking nonsense about wanting my original body to come. All right then. Just you wait. I'll make you pay for what you've done just now. Seeing how Blood Shadow and Strong Stone were about to strike again, Li Qingshan dismissed the spirit turtle's profound shell with a wave of his hand. He just sat down and crossed his legs. Actually, he had already come up with a rough idea for this move just now during his 3 years of secluded cultivation. However, he had only been able to use it recently. The two abilities of the spirit turtle were closely related in the first place. In particular, the water mirror's image had many aspects worth ruminating over. It was definitely not as simple as a clone technique. However, this move required tremendous mental and physical effort, so he could not use it casually right now. As a result, he did not give them the opportunity to continue attacking after establishing his might. Blood Shadow was surprised and doubtful. Suddenly, he was no longer as confident in his 3 years of cultivation. As for what Li Qingshan had said, he no longer dared to ignore it. He could not exactly say that he regretted killing the Night Roamer guard. He just felt slightly uneasy. "All right. I'd like to see just how powerful your original body is." Strong Stone's fighting spirit was roused even more. He felt like he could not waste his strength on his clone, so he sat down before Li Qingshan, eyeing him covetously. Seeing how Li Qingshan had subdued the 2 demon generals with just his clone, the eyes of the Night Roamer princesses all flickered. This was the person they had sworn loyalty to. Although this loyalty did not come from the bottom of their hearts and was only for the benefit of their respective clans, they could not help but feel awed by the strength he had demonstrated at a time like this. "Master!" The Night Roamers cheered and lunged over, throwing themselves into Li Qingshan's arms and kissing him fiercely. Yi Liusu let out a sigh of relief. Apart from relief, there was also a hint of peace. From what Blood Shadow had said just now, she had already understood that everything she had built up over the past 3 years had already reached a juncture of life and death. As long as Helicoverpa Rosa gave the order, everything would be annihilated. "I won't run away from my responsibilities, but this is already something I can't bear. Master, please return." Chapter 436. In the gloomy tunnel, a few Night Roamer guards patrolled the area. With their identities, they had no right to take part in the chaos that was happening in the center of the cavern. Suddenly, a figure swept past with a fierce gust of wind. Strong Stone and Blood Shadow raised their heads. A tremendous demon chi rapidly approached them, which surprised them slightly. It had only been 3 years, yet his demon chi had actually grown so much. Yi Liusu's expression changed. "He's here." The wings of wind no longer resembled wings anymore. Instead, they seemed more like 2 spurting whirlwinds, pushing Li Qingshan forward rapidly. The cavern rapidly rose and fell in a rhythmic manner. If it was in the past, he would probably be unable to control himself while flying underground at this speed, and he'd collide head first with the rock wall. But now, his mind was at the microscopic level, and his control of demonic chi had reached the pinnacle, causing his speed to become faster and faster instead. In the blink of an eye, his field of vision widened. Yi Liusu and the other Night Roamers, as well as the 2 demon generals, Strong Stone and Blood Shadow, had all appeared before him. Their expressions differed. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. He did not slow down at all, swooping down like a hawk on the hunt. Strong Stone suddenly stood up and threw a punch. It turned into the size of a stone pillar and pierced the air with a thunderous rumble. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and clenched his fist. Blood Shadow flashed to his side and swiped over viciously with his claws. Li Qingshan did not panic at all despite being attacked by 2 demon generals at the same time. He turned his gaze and looked at Blood Shadow. Blood Shadow met the clear, tranquil eyes and felt like he had been seen through. Before he could even respond, he felt his wrist tighten. As if he had been expecting this, Li Qingshan casually grabbed Blood Shadow's wrist and pulled him forward. Strong Stone's huge fist landed on Blood Shadow as hard as it could, and Blood Shadow coughed up a mouthful of blood violently. It was as if he had taken the initiative to deliver himself to Li Qingshan as a meat shield. With a flap of his wings, Li Qingshan's speed didn't slow down at all. He leaned to the side and swept past Strong Stone's pillar-like arm. Then, he opened his fingers and grabbed Strong Stone's head and flew away. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Yi Liusu felt that it was too much for her eyes to take in, and she was dazed for a moment. The 2 enemies who had forced her into a corner were easily taken away by him. A violent tremor came from the distant underground. At this moment, Li Qingshan's doppelganger, who was left in the cave, said, "I'm going to the underground to meet the Spider Queen." "Yi Liusu, tell me, What happened in the past 3 years? When his mind reached the microscopic level, he could experience the life and death of a single thought within the 400 thoughts in a snap of the fingers. Multitasking was no longer a problem. Right now, he could control both his main body and his clone at the same time, and they did not interfere with each other. With Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo in the lead, the night roamers stood behind them. They said loudly, "Greetings, Master." Yi Liusu began to tell him everything that had happened in the past 3 years, including her trade with the humans. Li Qingshan listened quietly and smiled. "You sure are capable. It's all because of Master's inspiration," said Yi Liusu. She had done this precisely because Li Qingshan had initiated the trade between the resources of the humans and the underground world. Have the clans offered up spiritual herbs on time? Li Qingshan did not mind what Yi Liusu had done. Li Qingshan did not take it to heart. Who didn't want to live a better life? Apart from spiritual herbs, none of the other resources could be directly converted into his cultivation. If he sold them on the surface, it would easily raise suspicion. The losses outweighed the gains. Seeing how Li Qingshan did not pursue the matter, Yi Liusu eased up inside and immediately offered up 100 treasures pouch. Li Qingshan opened it and took a look. His eyes lit up and he smiled. Our Yushin is going to be busy now. Even deeper underground. Li Qingshan had grabbed strong stone. He threw a furious punch at Blood Shadow. Piss off. This is my battle. With a spurt, Blood Shadow was forcefully smashed to pieces, turning into droplets of blood. They twisted in the air and turned into a blood-red whip, lashing against strong stone viciously. Rock powder scattered, leaving behind a deep, white mark. Strong stone became even more furious, turning around and charging towards his old enemy. Li Qingshan just abandoned them, continuing towards Cobweb City. Blood Shadow and Strong Stone exchanged glances before lunging towards Li Qingshan together. The 3 diamonds basically constantly moved downwards as they fought. The collision of 3 powerful demon chi shook up the underground. Helicoverpa Rosa emerged from Cobweb City afterwards and arrived on the platform. She gazed over with a frown. Li Qingshan shook his arms, and the spirit turtle's profound shell suddenly expanded. He pushed Blood Shadow and Strong Stone aside and landed on the platform with a flap of his wings. He arrived behind Helicoverpa Rosa. Marum Spider Queen, I've returned. Strong Stone and Blood Shadow followed closely behind. Under Spider Queen's coercion, they dared not act rashly. Helicoverpa Rosa studied Li Qingshan afterwards. Your demon chi really has grown by quite a lot. If I hadn't sent Strong Stone and Blood Shadow to invite you, would you have remained in secluded cultivation the entire time? Of course not. Spider Queen said coldly, do you know what the night roamers under your command have been doing over the past few years? Blood Shadow said, that's colluding with the enemy. Please punish those night roamers, Marum Spider Queen, and strip Li Qingshan of his authority over the night roamers. I just found out. It's just a few transactions. Is that considered colluding with the enemy? Li Qingshan understood Helicoverpa Rosa's cruel and mean nature very well. She absolutely detested peaceful coexistence like this. His past contributions were nothing in her eyes. Once he disliked her, she would never show any mercy. Since you've already ended your secluded cultivation, I look forward to your next performance. Helicoverpa Rosa stared at Li Qingshan threateningly with a vicious gaze before turning around and making her way into the hall. Her long dress trailed behind her. My patience is limited. Don't disappoint me. Yes, I understand. I understand. Li Qingshan lowered his head and said softly, as long as you understand. In Blood Shadow and Strong Stone's eyes, this was obviously a sign of weakness under Spider Queen's pressure. After clashing just now, they had also discovered that Li Qingshan was not ridiculously powerful. His demon chi was still below theirs. If they actually began fighting, the outcome would be unknown. Making them pay was just an empty threat. However, they failed to notice that between Li Qingshan's drooping, scarlet hair, his clear eyes flickered with light. There was not much sharp killing intent. He was calm and confident. The path he walked had never required him to associate with anyone in the first place. He only needed to follow his heart, do whatever he wanted, and do whatever he wanted. At the same time, Li Qingshan's mirror clone said, "Liubo, gather all the matriarchs for a meeting." "Yes, master." "Everyone else is dismissed. Liusu, you stay behind." Li Qingshan patted Millept's head. "Aren't you injured?" Millept shook his head and tail to express that he was fine. Li Qingshan smiled. "That's good." He thought inside, "Don't worry, I'll help you recover your strength very soon. All you need is a suitable demon core for you." Yi Liusu said, "May I ask what orders master has for me? It's just us, so there's no need to be so polite. Come, take a seat." Li Qingshan patted the stone table beside him. Yi Liusu hesitated before sitting down gently. She said apologetically, "Did I cause you to be scolded by Spider Queen? How did you know?" "Forget it. It's not because of you. You've already done very well." Li Qingshan stared ahead. Their clash of ideals definitely did not stem from the night roamers. He did not fear challenges. He even enjoyed fighting, but he did not want to lose himself in the endless slaughter like the tiger demon. "Thank you." Yi Liusu's heart softened. She stared at his handsome, flawless face quietly. It was just like how Liusu had described it. It was extremely enchanting. "Liusu, Spider Queen has already passed an order. The days of peace are coming to an end. We must take part in the war." Yi Liusu had already anticipated this outcome, but she still could not help but sigh gently. Once they lost their neutrality, the trade would be impossible, and who knew how many night roamers would be sacrificed. Li Qingshan changed the topic. "Oh right, how's the promotion of your ideals going? Many people agree with me, but they're all regular night roamers. They're powerless to protect themselves, while the powerful ones turn their noses up at me, saying I'm indulging in fantasy." Yi Liusu rallied with vigor, but she also felt rather helpless. When she thought about how they were about to be sucked into the war, she felt even more gloomy. After so many years, it's not easy to change our habits. Li Qingshan patted her shoulder comfortingly before saying, "Humans have a saying called without destruction, there can be no construction. This might be an opportunity. An opportunity. An opportunity to eliminate the divisions between clans and rule over all night roamers." Growing up underground, Yi Liusu was eccentric, but she was no stranger to these schemes under the influence of what she saw and heard. Her mother, Yi Mingzhu, had discussed this with her countless times. Even if the weak shout themselves hoarse, no one will care. The gentle words of the strong can penetrate deep into people's hearts. Li Qingshan smiled. "I understand." Yi Liusu's gaze became determined. "As long as you understand." Li Qingshan smiled. No one liked being someone else's servant or a clown for others to entertain themselves. Li Qingshan hated it even more. Of course, with his current strength, he was still not strong enough to openly confront the Spider Queen, but he was not someone who could be manipulated by her. There would be a day when the Spider Queen would discover that all of her loyal subordinates were dead, only leaving behind a group of disloyal night roamers. When that day came, if she wanted to play her perverted game, she would have to personally take part. Were demon commanders unkillable? Li Qingshan refused to believe it. At the same time, Li Qingshan's original body ventured even deeper underground. The temperature became colder and colder, where droplets of water turned to ice. He personally witnessed an underground river flow towards freezing. However, after crossing a certain depth, the temperature began to warm up, constantly rising until it became scorching hot, enough to melt metal. The underground rivers gradually decreased, while the fire-red rivers of lava gradually increased, surging about recklessly. In his senses, the auras of living beings became fewer and fewer, almost to the point of non-existence. It had become a truly deathly silent world. Li Qingshan stopped and gasped a few times. He felt a discomfort similar to altitude sickness, so he was forced to use the spirit turtle's profound shell to advance. Even to cultivators, this was a forbidden zone. However, a smile appeared on his face instead. This was because he could clearly feel that the interference from the underground magnetic field was gradually intensifying. He could not even cast the simplest spell. Only the innate supernatural powers of the demons could barely be of use, but they were also beginning to be affected. Li Qingshan took out the Sumeru ring and gritted his teeth. He continued onwards. He wanted to go a little deeper to ensure that nothing would go wrong. In the boundless mountains, on Black Rat Mountain, a large rat ran back to the cave and reported, Great King, there's a human outside." The Rat King twiddled his whiskers. "Oh, I'll go take a look. Your support is my greatest motivation." Chapter 437. Fu Qingjin erased his presence and strolled through the mountains slowly. The north wind swept up the snowflakes, making his blue robes flutter. The snow turned the mountains into a boundless world covered in silver. He let out a puff of white air, and the corner of his lips curled slightly. He seemed less dejected and dispirited, more calm and tranquil. If he could cast aside everything and find a bosom friend to wander through these empty mountains, would that not be better than fighting in the mortal world? Everything would return to dust, so why not have nothing in the first place? Suddenly, he felt demon chi approach. A rat crawled out of its nest in the snow. When it saw Fu Qingjin, it did not attack immediately. Instead, it called out loudly, "The Rat King has arrived." Out. Then, 16 rats standing on 2 legs, carrying a throne-like palanquin, broke out of the snow and ran over the messenger rat. A shifty-eyed fatty with a golden crown sat on the throne. He pointed at Fu Qingjin and barked, "Human, who are you? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Tell me the truth." Even with how knowledgeable Fu Qingjin was, he was stunned by this scene. He could not help but laugh. "I am Fu Qingjin. I've come to ask the Great King something. Please tell me the truth, Great King. I might spare your life if you do." The second sentence was spoken a moment later. In the green ruins illusion, the crown fell to the ground. The Rat King knelt below the steps and begged for mercy. "Spare me, great immortal. I will definitely tell you everything I know." Fu Qingjin stood on the steps with his hands behind his back, holding the Xieji horn in his hand. "A few years ago, did a cat demon pass through your territory?" The Rat King's eyes swiveled around. I think so, and I don't think so." The Xieji horn was unable to tell the truth from the ambiguous answer. Fu Qingjin picked up the green ruins sword again. Having been taught a few lessons, the Rat King told him everything that had happened that day. He no longer dared to hide anything. Fu Qingjin asked, "Did that demon really have 2 horns on its head, scarlet hair, scarlet eyes, ox hooves, and a tiger tail?" Yes. Fu Qingjin glanced at the unmoving Xieji's horn. He let out a long sigh. "So that's how it is. North Moon, you've always been a part of this." Your Majesty. After an unknown period of time, the Rat King slowly raised his head amidst the cries of the rat bearers. He found himself in a world of ice and snow again, and Fu Qingjin had already disappeared. Heaving a sigh of relief, he plopped down on the ground. When he saw his crown, he hurriedly pounced on it and wiped it clean. A streak of green light descended from the sky and flashed past the Rat King's eyes. When the Rat King saw that the crown in his hand had already been split in half, he screamed in fear and fled into the cave. The 16 palanquin bearers followed closely behind, leaving the palanquin behind. After a while, the messenger mouse lifted the palanquin and fled into the cave. Li Qingshan's face was flushed by the lava. He was standing on a lava lake. Everywhere was a sea of fiery red. There were no sturdy rocks here. They were like balls of charcoal, emitting a dazzling red light as they slowly melted into the lava lake. If he went any further, he would probably reach the Earth's lungs. Li Qingshan wiped the sweat off his forehead. It was here. Not to mention normal spirit artifacts, even the 100 treasures pouch, which was different in nature from normal spirit artifacts, could not be used here. Only this Sumeru ring was not affected. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. He suddenly felt like he was the hobbit in the movies who brought the Lord of the Rings to Volcano Apocalypse. In a trance, the word movie had become an extremely unfamiliar word. His previous life was getting further and further away. However, Everything that was happening to him now was even more magnificent than in the movies. Li Qingshan slowly put the Sumeru ring on his finger. Just as he was about to activate it, his gaze suddenly focused. He took out the Sumeru ring and hid it. He tilted his ear and listened. He felt a wave of life coming from a faraway place. It couldn't be. There were actually living beings here, and this so-called faraway place wasn't above, nor was it somewhere parallel to them. Instead, it was even deeper, buried deep within the Earth's lungs. Together with the Earth's lungs, it slowly inhaled and exhaled in an extremely peaceful manner. Li Qingshan was shocked. Even he wouldn't be able to hold on for long if he dared to go any deeper. Unless he cultivated the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, that didn't mean he could roam freely in the Earth's lungs. At that depth, the interference from the magnetic field was even more severe. It was as if order had been broken and chaos had returned. Even his innate mystiques could not be used freely. Not to mention, there was also the terrifying fire poison and the legendary earth bubble in the Earth's lungs. No demon general could withstand the power of the earth bubble's explosion head-on. In any case, something that could go so deep into the Earth's lungs was definitely not a good person. Li Qingshan took a deep breath and slowly retreated. "What are you doing here?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Li Qingshan immediately turned around and saw Helicoverpa Rosa standing nearby, her bright red dress trailing behind her. She cast a questioning gaze at him. After confirming that the Sumeru ring had been properly hidden, Li Qingshan bowed. "I'm here to cultivate." "Cultivate? You're not a water-type cultivator. Why are you here to cultivate?" Helicoverpa Rosa's questioning voice was sharp and incisive. There was even a thread of murderous intent quietly surging, wrapping around Li Qingshan like spider silk. A drop of sweat rolled down Li Qingshan's forehead. His mind raced. Was it because he had touched Spider Queen's nerves, or because of this strange movement? No, it must have something to do with the presence in the Earth's lungs. This was right below the Spider Queen's territory. Since he could sense the presence, how could the Spider Queen not sense it? This was probably one of the Spider Queen's great secrets. He had accidentally stumbled upon it, which might have already made her grow even more suspicious, making her consider silencing him. The spirit turtle's demon core gave off a warning that sounded like a siren, telling Li Qingshan just how dangerous his current environment was. He cursed inside. What did the spirit turtle suppressing the seas mean? Why didn't she warn him earlier? However, he also understood that the Earth's lungs and the magnetic field had interfered with the power of the spirit turtle's demon core. If this were any other place, Li Qingshan would have some confidence in protecting himself even if he fell out with her, but here, he was in an absolutely disadvantageous position. Li Qingshan smiled. "I want to dual cultivate fire and water, which is why I've come. I hope Maram Spider Queen doesn't mind." "Oh." Helicoverpa Rosa made her way over slowly and grabbed Li Qingshan's wrist before wrapping her arms around his waist. "That does make me rather curious. The yin, yang, and 5 elements of diamonds were predetermined by the heavens. Normally, there would only be one." What Li Qingshan had said made her even more doubtful. Helicoverpa Rosa's beautiful face was only inches away, and her slender, curvy body pressed against his. From Li Qingshan's angle, he could even see the deep gully between her snow-white breasts. If they were on the banks of a lake with lush trees and clear water, accompanied by a beauty who whispered softly to him, just how pleasant would that be? However, the reality of the situation was blackish-red rocks, a lake of magma, and the vicious Spider Queen, whose voice sounded like a curse. Li Qingshan was pressed to the side by her, and below him was the churning magma. As long as he did not give her a satisfactory answer, she would mercilessly push him into the lake of magma, and not even his bones would remain. "If Maram Spider Queen is willing, I can demonstrate it." After breaking free from Helicoverpa Rosa, Li Qingshan leapt to the center of the lake in a single step. "Satisfy my curiosity, North Moon." Helicoverpa Rosa crossed her arms and smiled. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. "No problem." However, he thought inside, "Phoenix, oh Phoenix, you have to try a little harder this time." Ever since he obtained the Phoenix's scripture of Nerva, Li Qingshan had never given up on comprehending it, but he always ended up in failure. The main reason for that was the existence of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression. Even though it was a symbol of peace and forbearance, as the ultimate spirit of water, how could it tolerate the existence of a pure spirit of fire? However, when Li Qingshan looked around, he thought of something. If he stayed here, perhaps he really might be able to practice the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. Sparks rose up and vanished from the lake of magma, like the dance of fire elves. This place could not tolerate the existence of the spirit of water at all. The power of the spirit turtle's demon core had been suppressed to the limit. Perhaps this was an opportunity instead. The demon chi all over his body swelled up, surging with waves of fire. Li Qingshan's figure rapidly grew until he returned to his original form, turning into a colossal figure over 30 meters tall. He stood in the lake of magma like a black, stone pillar propping up the cavern. Although his original form would be slightly less nimble, it was the strongest form of a demon. This is the first time I've seen your original form. So you're a descendant. No wonder, Helicoverpa Rosa murmured from behind. Only the descendants of diamonds above Demon General could be referred to as descendants. They were not regular wild beasts the moment they were born. Instead, they possessed great strength similar to exotic beasts. However, very few demon generals were willing to do something like this, as it would result in a loss of power. In particular, the mother's side would remain in a state of weakness for a long period of time. However, this did dispel some of Spider Queen's suspicions. His cultivation speed was so fast that it barely made sense. Otherwise, he must have received assistance from other sources. As for Li Qingshan's ox horns and tiger tail, it made Helicoverpa Rosa nod her head slightly. If it was a fusion of two races and two bloodlines, it would make sense for him to practice two elements at the same time. Though, I recall that the second energy you control apart from water is wind. Marum Spider Queen, you'll understand if you keep watching. With that, Li Qingshan no longer paid any attention to Spider Queen. He allowed the lava to swallow him bit by bit. Waves of burning pain assaulted him as the violent fire poison invaded his body. Not only did he not circulate his demon chi to resist it, but he even withdrew all of his demon chi into the spirit turtle's demon core. He even guided the surging fire spirits into his body and began practicing the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. Immediately, Li Qingshan's eyes lit up like charcoal, burning brightly. At the same time, a sense of nobility rose up from his body. It was like a phoenix cherishing its feathers, proud and aloof. Helicoverpa Rosa furrowed her brows slightly and watched on silently. He really did seem to be controlling the fire spirits. Although Li Qingshan's entire body was in burning pain, his joy overwhelmed all of the pain, as sure enough, practicing the phoenix's scripture of Nerva here was much smoother. The rampaging fire spirits gathered together under his will, turning into a roaring fireball that constantly revolved. The fireball was not perfectly round. Instead, it was larger on one end and smaller on the other, shaped like a chicken. This was the phoenix's embryo. Chapter 438. The lingering flames licked at Li Qingshan's body like black iron thrown into a furnace, about to be refined into steel and cast into a sword. His crimson eyes flickered like stars, and his crimson hair fluttered like flames. Half of Li Qingshan's body was submerged. He suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar, stirring up huge waves in the lava lake. Dark red, crimson, bright red, and golden lava of various colors were stirred into a ball, filling the entire cavern with billowing white smoke. The rolling flames crashed into the dim curtain of light behind Helicoverpa Rosa, shattering into pieces. Her countenance flickered between bright and dark. What was she thinking? Li Qingshan returned to his normal size. He spread his arms and laid down in the lake of magma, bobbing up and down. His burns rapidly recovered, and the violent fire poison settled down too. In his body, a phoenix's embryo that resembled a face had finally condensed. When he raised his hand, balls of flames automatically gathered in his palm, ready for his use. Was this the first level of the phoenix? Li Qingshan shook his head slightly. No, he was still lacking something. This was just a trick. If he couldn't merge fire and water, He wouldn't be able to cultivate the true Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. However, it was already a considerable improvement. He could be considered to have found the door. He was about to get up when a divine sense pierced through the lava, his body, and his consciousness. Li Qingshan saw the surging lava and the violent explosions of the earth bubble. Amidst the surging lava, there was a golden infant sleeping quietly. Could this be Helicoverpa Rosa's son? Li Qingshan found this absurd thought laughable. Even if this was Helicoverpa Rosa's body, she couldn't live peacefully in the depths of the earth. The infant suddenly opened his eyes. In that moment, Li Qingshan felt like he had been seen through. Before he could even think about it carefully, a strand of spider silk shot over, wrapping around him a few times and directly dragging Li Qingshan out of the lake of fire. "What did you see?" Helicoverpa Rosa asked from behind. "I didn't, anything. A baby." "Who was he? Or should I say, what is it?" Li Qingshan asked halfway through his sentence. "It was a blessing, not a curse. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided. Instead of letting the Spider Queen's suspicion change, it's better to just get to the bottom of things. If they turned hostile." He threw out the phoenix egg that he had just condensed and blew her up into a mess, seizing the opportunity to slip away. "You really saw it." Helicoverpa Rosa's expression changed. She tried to grab Li Qingshan, but missed. Li Qingshan flashed 100 steps away. "It's not me who wants to see him, it's him who wants to see me." "What did he say to you?" Helicoverpa Rosa's face revealed a trace of nervousness. She placed her hand on Li Qingshan's shoulder and clenched it tightly. Li Qingshan's heart trembled. The demon commander was indeed not to be trifled with. "I only looked. I didn't say anything." Helicoverpa Rosa's expression fluctuated. Sometimes it was fierce, sometimes it was peaceful. Li Qingshan had already prepared the phoenix egg and was ready to go. In the end, Helicoverpa Rosa's killing intent faded. According to what she saw just now, it seemed that Li Qingshan really did accidentally barge into this place for the sake of cultivation. As long as he was not instructed by someone or had some ulterior motive, she was not willing to kill a general at this time. "Don't mention this to anyone. If even the slightest hint of it gets out, I'll kill you." "I'll." Helicoverpa Rosa tilted her head and lightly kissed Li Qingshan's cheek. The tip of her scarlet tongue flitted across Li Qingshan's face. A strange feeling of excitement welled up in his heart. But Li Qingshan knew that this was not a declaration of love, but a threat. Or perhaps, it was all the same to her. Binding, raping, and then killing were her natural hobbies. "I almost can't help but leak this news right now." Li Qingshan smiled as he wrapped his arm around Helicoverpa Rosa's waist. He felt the thrill of playing with fire. Helicoverpa Rosa laughed loudly. Her laughter was shrill, like the trembling of a spider's web. There was a strange and pleasing feeling to it. Li Qingshan suppressed the doubts in his heart. He did not dare to activate the Sumeru ring here. As he left, Li Qingshan glanced back at the magma lake of fire. But, what was it? In the depths of the earth, the infant closed his eyes again. In that instant, he seemed to see the phoenix. But this was just an illusion. That undying bird had long since flown away from this world. Another 1,000 years had passed. "Black Dragon, I feel that your era is about to end." Arriving in the depths of Cobweb City, Li Qingshan bade farewell to Helicoverpa Rosa. Although he had failed to activate the Sumeru ring, he had managed to catch a glimpse of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva, so it had not been a wasted trip. But as he traveled further away from the earth, the spirit turtle's demon core immediately unleashed its full power again. He was forced to completely withdraw the power of the phoenix's embryo, but he could not help but feel like it was foreign. This was not something that could be rushed, so Li Qingshan just set it aside and focused on his clone. There was already a special discussion hall in the territory. In the center was a long, exquisitely carved table, with 6 seats placed to the left and right. The 6 matriarchs were all present, standing on the 2 sides. Hanging chandeliers illuminated their various expressions. One of them had changed her appearance. This was a very natural process for the night roamers, and there was no need for them to ask about the fate of the previous matriarch. Li Qingshan made his way to the end of the table. Yi Liubo pulled out a chair for him, and he sat down slowly. The 6 matriarchs stood up together. "Greetings, Sir North Moon. Congratulations on emerging, sir." Li Qingshan had played it down. He had dealt with the provocations of the 2 demon generals with his clone, so he obviously could not hide it from them who were well informed. None of them dared to slight this rising star of the demon race. "Sit down." Li Qingshan yawned and leaned on the armrest with his hand to lean on his cheek. "Since I've emerged, I should exercise a little, just in case Maram Spider Queen thinks I'm not doing my job properly. Do you have any suggestions? Bring me a map." Yi Mingzhu clapped her hands, and the guard took out a mental map, unfurling it on the table. "This is the map we obtained from the humans." Afterwards, she pointed at a point on the map. "There's a human city here. Sir, you can treat it as a greeting gift for Maram Spider Queen." Bang! Li Qingshan slammed the table and stood up. "Do you think Maram Spider Queen will be satisfied with a mere mortal city?" "Yes." Yi Mingzhu brushed her hand across the map, and several dozen specks lit up. "This is the location of the human sects we've discovered. However, they're all protected by formations, and there's also the mechanical cannons of the school of Moism. They're all tough foes that won't be easy to deal with. And, once they're attacked, reinforcements from other sects will arrive very soon." Li Qingshan smiled. "That's good news." He casually pointed at a spot nearby. "This is the place. I request that everyone here participate in this battle. Sir, we still have to manage our clans. This isn't appropriate. We can send our clansmen to assist you." Other than Yi Mingzhu, the 6 matriarchs immediately objected. Who would be willing to leave their lair and go to the surface? They weren't afraid of the human cultivators being powerful, but they were afraid that the elders of their clans would take the opportunity to usurp their position. "If anyone is unwilling to participate, you can leave now." Li Qingshan interrupted them. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and the killing intent of the tiger demon surged. "This sight. Your support is my greatest motivation." Chapter 439. None of the 6 matriarchs dared to say no. "Since Lord North Moon has decided so, we are willing to follow his lead." Li Qingshan smiled. "Very well, I will give you 2 hours to gather your subordinates. Of course, as long as they are above the tribulation transcendence stage. It will be dark soon." The sky gradually darkened, but the Clear River Prefecture was still brightly lit. Above the Hawkwolf Guard, Wang Pushi stood with his hands behind his back, overlooking the city that was strewn with sparks. As the capital city under strict protection from cultivators, the Clear River Prefecture was probably the only city that had not been invaded by diamonds. A ray of green light flew over and made a turn before descending from the sky. Fu Qingjin landed lightly on the rooftop with a person in his hand. "Who is this person?" "The culprit who caused the conflict 3 years ago is now handed over to Commander Wang to deal with." "This is my sincerity." Fu Qingjin tossed the person in his hand in front of Wang Pushi. The disciple of the vermilion-clothed sect who had massacred so many people in the past cried out in terror, "Senior Fu, Lord Fu, I am the Demon Slayer's disciple, I am the Demon Slayer's disciple, you can't do this." Wang Pushi stepped on his throat and asked, "What do you want?" "Unite." Fu Qingjin said, "For the past 3 years, the demons have been wreaking havoc. Tens of thousands of people have suffered, and countless people have died. But because of our conflicts, we have not been able to work together. Instead, we have been holding each other back. I think it's time to resolve our conflicts, unite, and put an end to the demons." "Settle it." "How do we settle it?" Wang Pushi frowned. "What arrogance. Gather all the cultivators and launch a counterattack. Slay the demons." Fu Qingjin waved his hand in high spirits. He was full of convincing confidence. No matter how depressed he was normally, as long as he was willing, he seemed to be born with the charisma of a monarch. Wang Pushi pondered and said, "This isn't something I can decide alone. I'll have to discuss it with the other patriarchs. Right now, I'm just communicating with them." Commander Wang, please contact them on my behalf. In 5 days, I'll invite all the Foundation establishment cultivators to a banquet upstairs for an alliance meeting. I will explain my ideas to them. Fu Qingjin cupped his hands and left. The suspect with the Sumeru ring arrived and used the situation to threaten them. With the help of the Xieji's horn, he would be able to expose himself. After the meeting, the first battle was to attack the North Moon's territory and force it to reveal the truth. This was the second battle. A huge net that Fu Qingjin had personally weaved and planned directly enveloped Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, was at a loss. Even if he knew, it would be useless. This was not some crafty plot, but an upright strategy. Fu Qingjin was not only doing this for the Soaring Dragon Elder's matter, but he was also gathering his forces to fight a demon. This was the third reason. The moon rose above the trees. It illuminated the deep and secluded valley. In the valley, there was a continuous stretch of buildings. The buildings stood in great numbers, and the eaves were arched. The main color was vermilion. It was a majestic aura that no human being could possess. An invisible spell formation enveloped everything, blocking all outsiders outside. Among the many buildings, the most special were the numerous turrets. They were the crystallization of the Mohist's engineering skills. Li Qingshan had personally experienced their power. If anyone wanted to attack the formation, they would first have to endure their bombardment. Easy to defend and difficult to attack, it was heavily guarded. This was where the Vermilion Clothes sect was located. Li Qingshan only understood what Yi Mingzhu meant when she said they would be tough after seeing it with his own eyes. Although the formation in front of him could not compare to the duality formation of Minute, without the soaring dragon ship, it would not be so easy to break. On the hillside outside the valley, black figures stood silently in the forest. The one in the lead was obviously Li Qingshan. He rubbed his chin in thought. Behind him were the 10 personal guards, the 6 matriarchs, and many powerful night roamers. In order to prevent a fire from breaking out while he was away, the matriarchs had basically made ample preparations. Even Li Qingshan was taken aback by their tremendous presence. Afterwards, he smiled and thought to himself, forcefully capturing them as able-bodied men really was the right choice. Do you have any plans to take down the Vermilion Clothes sect? Li Qingshan asked with demon chi. However, in his opinion, with the formation here, there was nothing he could do apart from forceful attacks. Unfortunately, the thing night roamers were least skilled at was forceful attacks. Encircling them and attacking reinforcements was a good choice, but it all depended on whether the others were willing to fall for it or not. However, Yi Liusu said, I have a plan that can ensure we take down the Vermilion Clothes sect unscathed. Oh, let's hear it. In my opinion, the formation isn't invulnerable. As long as we unleash the innate talent of the night roamers and use phantom roaming, we can pass through the formation and assassinate the master of the Vermilion Clothes sect. These turrets and even the formation will be ours. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. If that really was the case, it would save him a lot of trouble. All he had to do was slaughter his way through the sects one by one. The losses would be minimal, while the benefits would be the greatest. A matriarch questioned, but only those who have undergone the second heavenly tribulation can use phantom roaming. Once night roamers underwent the second heavenly tribulation, they could reach the realm of phantom roaming. Not only could their bodies pass through all visible or invisible barriers, but their weapons could also pierce the protective techniques or arcane artifacts of the enemy. They could basically go anywhere and pierce through everything, turning into the most terrifying assassins. Yi Mingzhu smiled. It's indeed impossible with just the strength of a single person, but with so many people here, as long as we work together, we can temporarily open up a path of phantom roaming. Sending 1 or 2 people in is still possible. Work together? The matriarchs looked at one another. That thought had never existed in their heads. Apart from Helicoverpa Rosa, no one could order them to work together. But now, they had Li Qingshan. He smiled. That's a good idea. Let's begin. But who was going in? Isolated and without any support, once the assassination failed, they would be trapped. They would be in the most disadvantageous situation possible. Just the sight of the turrets was chilling. Yi Liusu walked out silently. Yi Liubo followed behind her with a smile. Me too. Under the lead of the 6 matriarchs, all the powerful night roamers gathered their strength, forming a hazy, smoke-like cluster of deep darkness. Even at a time like this, their power was silent and withdrawn, without giving off a sliver of their aura. Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo were waiting for that fleeting opportunity. The 6 matriarchs suddenly struck together, and the cluster of deep darkness shot towards the vermilion clothes sect below. Sure enough, it passed through the formation silently, like a path of darkness. Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo unleashed night roaming at the same time, leaping into the path of darkness. The master of the vermilion clothes sect paced around the room alone, carefully considering everything that had happened recently. He could not help but sigh inside when he recalled the resentful gaze of the disciple Fu Qingjin had taken away as a bargaining chip. However, he did not feel like he had done anything wrong. The survival of the fittest had always been common sense in this world. It was your fortune that the sect was willing to protect you in the past. It's your fate that they won't protect you now. What's there to be resentful about? Compared to that, it was even more of a pity that he could no longer trade with the underground world. A ruminating expression appeared on his face. Looking at Fu Qingjin's recent actions, he was clearly going to take action soon. Compared to trading with those strange other folk, using the blade in his hand to kill and steal was more in line with the principles of the vermilion clothes sect. The moonlight cast a figure on the wall. The master of the vermilion clothes sect suddenly looked back, only to see Yi Liusu wielding a curved blade, standing silently under the moonlight. Why are you here? What answered him was a smear of resplendent, silver light. The master of the vermilion clothes sect bellowed out. The blood-red blade on his waist moved like a dragon, dyeing the entire room red. It was unstoppable. Suddenly, a swathe of yellow embroidery enveloped his face. The master of the vermilion clothes sect's vision darkened, and he heard a strange whistle. He felt his back ache, and a dark dagger stabbed into his back. The blood-red blade swung back, and Yi Liubo retreated gracefully. The curved blade in Yi Liusu's hand drew a profound arc. It was untraceable, sweeping towards his throat. The master of the vermilion clothes sect was filled with surprise and fury. Red light surged from him, forcing the curved blade and dagger away. He was like a god in vermilion clothes wielding a blade, staring at Yi Liusu murderously. How did you get in here? The formation still maintained its function, showing no signs of being touched at all. Otherwise, he would have sensed it. Everything that had happened tonight was strange. He had to ask the demon slayer for reinforcements immediately. Suddenly, he felt a numbness spread from his back. The dagger was poisoned, and it was extremely terrifying poison. Over the past few millennia, the night roamers' alchemy techniques had all been developed in this direction, but it was not without some results. Even Foundation establishment cultivators could not ignore it. In the blink of an eye, the master of the vermilion clothes sect's face turned green. Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo circled around the master of the vermilion clothes sect like they were dancing gracefully. They turned into 2 black ghosts and merged into the night silently. All that was left was the bright yellow embroidery, drifting about and reflecting the moonlight. The master of the vermilion clothes sect's eyes narrowed. He felt like death was pressing towards him. The disciples of the vermilion clothes sect who heard the disturbance rushed over from all directions, but they were unable to make him feel at ease at all. He only felt colder and colder. Attack with the turrets. Ask the demon slayer for reinforcements. With a thought, the bright yellow embroidery suddenly expanded to 10 times its original size, enveloping the surroundings. Shatter. The blood-red blade in the master of the vermilion clothes sect's hand swelled up. With a single move, bloody battles, the blade aura rained down like a storm. As soon as the disciples of the vermilion clothes sect arrived outside, they saw streaks of blood-red light cut the buildings and courtyards to pieces. One of the disciples who had moved a little faster was sucked into the blade aura, immediately being torn to pieces and reduced to a pile of flesh on the ground. It frightened the other disciples into retreating. The bright yellow embroidery rippled. It was as flexible as water, completely unscathed, but it was unable to fall down either. It hovered in the air like a yellow cloud, obscuring the moon. The curved blade and dagger flashed, like a crescent moon, like a meteor. They crisscrossed and vanished in a flash. Time passed by slowly. There was a rumble of buildings collapsing and a hubbub of voices in the valley. "Prepare to attack and support them," said Li Qingshan sternly. Their chances of victory were extremely high, but he still had to consider the worst-case scenario. They were his most important confidants among the night roamers. He could not allow anything to happen to them. Yi Mingzhu said, "It's just the master of the Vermilion Clothes sect, a Foundation establishment cultivator. They definitely won't disappoint Sir North Moon." As she said that, the formation vanished. Chapter 440. The blade aura dispersed. The ground within a range of several hundred meters had been sliced to pieces. Not a single blade of grass could survive. Only the master of the Vermilion Clothes sect stood tall with the blood-red blade in his hand, like a god. A bloody gash had appeared on his throat. Blood flowed out from his chest, soaking his vermilion clothes. The color was indeed dark. The bright yellow embroidery drifted through the air, covering his regretful face before collapsing on the ground loudly. The life force of Foundation establishment cultivators was not as great as demon generals, but physical injuries were no longer so important to them who were one with the world. Otherwise, Yi Liubu's first strike would have been a lethal wound. However, the damage from the poison was omnidirectional. Foundation establishment cultivators could not completely detach themselves from their bodies either. The Vermilion Clothes sect was one of the more skilled sects in battle. The strength of the master of the Vermilion Clothes sect stood out even in the Clear River Prefecture. If they fought openly, even a handful of Yi Liusu would not necessarily be able to take him down in a short amount of time. However, assassinations had always been about catching the enemy off guard and defeating the enemy stronger than them. The master of the Vermilion Clothes sect had let his guard down due to the formation, allowing him to suffer a lethal strike from Yi Liubu. The moment he was poisoned, victory was already decided. Yi Liusu and Yi Liubu appeared. They knelt on one knee and panted slightly. Every single one of them was covered in several dozen horrific wounds. The desperate strike from the master of the Vermilion Clothes sect was truly startling, and the blade in his hand was anything but ordinary. "It's other folk. Kill them. They killed the sect master. How did they get in here? Why didn't the formation give off any warnings?" Under the cries of the disciples of the Vermilion Clothes sect, Yi Liusu and Yi Liubu looked at one another and smiled. They arrived beside the corpse of the master of the Vermilion Clothes sect like no one else was around and began searching through it. A 10th layer Qi practitioner disciple lunged over with a swing of his blade. With a flash of the curved blade, it cut him in half. Even though they were injured, they had undergone the heavenly tribulation, so they could not be threatened by these regular disciples. Seeing this, the disciples of the Vermilion Clothes sect retreated hesitantly, fleeing in all directions. Yi Liusu had already found the formation disk and stopped the formation. Dark shadows appeared one after another. It flew into the Vermilion Clothes sect and followed every Vermilion Clothes sect disciple like a shadow. Several miserable cries rang out. The valley quickly quieted down. The turrets remained silent. Yi Liubu held the control mechanism in her hands and disassembled them one by one. He put it into his 100 treasures pouch. Li Qingshan unfurled his wings and took off with a trajectory, landing on a turret and observing the entire valley. All of the night roamers returned to him, offering up the 100 treasures pouches they had obtained. None of them were bold enough to keep it to themselves. The 100 treasures pouches of Qi practitioners were not enough for them to take on such a risk. Li Qingshan did not stand on ceremony and accepted all the 100 treasures pouches. Finally, he took the 100 treasures pouch from the Vermilion Clothes sect from Yi Liusu's hands. He smiled and said, "You guys have the greatest merit in this battle. When this matter is over, I will naturally reward you according to your contributions." He also said to the other night roamers, "I'm only keeping the spoils of the battle with me for now. Once we return underground, I'll reward the clans according to their contributions." Yi Mingzhu immediately said, "Lord Northmoon is wise. We will definitely unite as one and pledge our loyalty to you, sir. The other matriarchs secretly cursed Yi Mingzhu for being a shameless bootlicker, but they dared not fall behind either. They were just afraid that they would end up losing out when the spoils of the battle were distributed. As long as we work together, there's nothing we can't overcome. Yi Liusu's heart surged. This was the first time she had become a foundation establishment cultivator. There was actually an incomparably relaxed feeling. However, she knew that if it were not for Li Qingshan's leadership, it would have been impossible for her to be so relaxed. The other night roamers were rather perplexed too. At the very least, they believed in everything Yi Liusu had done. As Yi Liusu promoted his idea of unity, Yi Liubo moved over and wrapped her arms around his waist. She passed the blood-red blade from the master of the vermilion clothes sect into his hands and bit his ear. She said softly, "You can treat it as a gift from me to master, all right?" "Oh no, even you're mine. How are your wounds?" Li Qingshan lifted the blood-red blade and could not help but praise, "What a fine blade." The blood-red blade was extremely sharp. It had already surpassed the boundaries of regular spiritual artifacts. The blade was a keepsake passed down through the generations of the Vermilion Clothes sect master. It had been refined through countless generations. It did not possess the ingenious transformations of regular arcane artifacts, but it was much more practical to Li Qingshan. If he could refine the blade, he would not suffer too much of a loss even if he faced Fu Qingjin's Green Ruins sword. "It's just a small wound. I'll be fine after some rest. It won't leave behind any scars. The blade chi is just a little troublesome. You only said it was yours, so why didn't you take it?" Yi Liubo grumbled. Li Qingshan lowered his head and kissed her gently on the lips. He pressed his hand against her back and purged the blade chi. He smiled. "Stop acting like a spoiled child." He raised his hand. "Mingzhu, bring me a map. Where's the nearest sect?" The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the stars filled the sky. Li Qingshan unfurled his wings and flew low over the wilderness. The dark shadows on the ground followed him silently. Wherever he went, there was only a gust of night wind. Very soon, a mountain appeared on the horizon. Li Qingshan folded his wings and flew off in a hurry. That was his next target. The night roamers became more and more familiar with working together. Towards the end, there were even 4 people sent into the formations, while most foundation establishment cultivators in regular sects would only be 1 or 2. They carried out assassinations with a crushing advantage. They were basically invincible. They did not even have the opportunity to call for help. The only time they failed was when the formation of the Red Cloud sect was rather special. It enveloped a radius of several dozen kilometers, preventing them from using phantom roaming. They had to choose their next target. Just like that, in a single night, Li Qingshan annihilated 4 sects with his people and killed 3 foundation establishment cultivators. They benefited greatly. Yi Mingzhu unfurled the map. "Sir, it's getting late. Our next target is here." "What sect is this?" "The Bronze Cauldron sect. They're renowned for forging artifacts. They should be very easy to deal with." On a nameless peak, Fu Qingjin sat with his legs crossed, breathing in and out the spiritual chi of the world. He had already cast down the net. All he had to do was wait for the right time to pull it in and end this lengthy journey. He would take her back to the Sword Collection Palace. After experiencing the changes of the past 3 years and witnessing the various horrors caused by diamonds and demons, she must have understood the importance of strength. She would no longer be naive. Although he did not wish for her to endure such pain, this was a necessary step. At this moment, the Demon Slayer's tablet on his waist suddenly flickered. Fu Qingjin's eyes narrowed. "It's the Bronze Cauldron sect's distress signal." Green light shot into the air, and Fu Qingjin arrived at Bronze Cauldron Mountain on his sword. Looking down, he could not help but be surprised even with his mental fortitude. The once prosperous Bronze Cauldron sect had basically been reduced to ruins. It was like a colossal beast had run over it. There was not a single complete structure left. All that was left was a huge cauldron, standing alone in the ruins. Just what had happened? Fu Qingjin flew over to the cauldron. "Sect Master Chen, Are you in there? Sect Master Chen's frantic voice rang out from the cauldron. Be careful, fellow Fu. An hour ago, Li Qingshan had launched a surprise attack on the Bronze Cauldron sect with the night roamers. His phantom roaming technique had worked once again. When the formations had been destroyed from the inside, the machine turrets continued to function, shooting out beams of light and forcing a few night roamer assassins into hiding. Li Qingshan flew up and reverted to his original form mid-air, falling down loudly. Beams of light shot over. The spirit turtle's profound shell constantly disassembled and reassembled, blocking the attacks. Boom! With a great rumble, a shockwave swept out from the hooves, ripping apart all the structures including the machine turrets and sending them flying into the air. The disciples of the Bronze Cauldron sect standing on the ground all exploded as a mass of flesh and blood. Bronze Cauldron Mountain trembled and cracked. It was close to collapsing. This natural disaster left all the night roamers dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, the Bronze Cauldron sect had been reduced to ruins. If Li Qingshan wanted to massacre an entire city, he would definitely be more efficient than Strong Stone and Blood Shadow. After the aftershocks subsided, the night roamer who had been ordered to carry out the assassination approached him. He raised his head and reported, "Sir, there's a problem." Li Qingshan gazed down and had noticed the source of the problem a long time ago. Even his shockwaves seemed to be unable to destroy the only intact bronze cauldron in the ruins so easily. He's hiding in there. There's nothing we can do. As soon as the night roamer assassins began their assassination, the sect master of the Bronze Cauldron sect immediately summoned the huge cauldron and hid in there. Can we use phantom roaming? Li Qingshan patted the bronze cauldron, which produced a clang. The bronze cauldron was actually an extremely rare arcane artifact. It was the treasure of the Bronze Cauldron Mountain. It was extremely sturdy and stable. It was no wonder that even the night roamer assassins were helpless against it. Yi Mingzhu said, "Probably, but it'll probably be extremely disadvantageous for us if we enter his cauldron." "If that's the case, then let's just wait for him to come out," said Li Qingshan. An arcane artifact cauldron for forging artifacts was extremely rare. Since he had come across it, how could he let it go so easily? At most, he would just drag it back forcefully. He refused to believe that a mere cauldron could rival his strength. Yi Mingzhu said, It's almost dawn now. He's probably already sent out a call for help." Although the sunlight's influence on night roamers at their level was extremely weak, it would still be quite a problem if the influence accumulated bit by bit. In particular, it would not be as easy to open up a path of phantom roaming. "All right then. Retreat." Li Qingshan immediately changed his mind. He turned around and left, shooting a glance at Yi Liusu. The group retreated to the bottom of the mountain. Yi Liusu ordered everyone to set up an ambush on the spot. She also took out the machine cannons they had seized along the way and prepared to carry out Li Qingshan's original plan, which was to surround them and attack reinforcements. The blood-red blade reflected Li Qingshan's face. "Retreat? How's that possible? I haven't even had my fill yet. Since a sneak attack doesn't work, then we'll set up an ambush. If that doesn't work, then we'll launch a forceful attack. I want to use this momentum to deal a heavy blow to the demon slayer, Fu Qingjin." When a streak of green light descended from the sky, Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly lit up. He never thought it would be this big fish right from the start. He currently had the blood-red blade in hand, his many subordinates by his side, and countless cannons at the ready. If he grasped this opportunity well, he might be able to kill Fu Qingjin here and end their conflict prematurely. Li Qingshan leapt up from the forest and swung his blade at Fu Qingjin. Fire! Right now, it was the darkest moment before dawn. In that moment, thousands of streaks of light illuminated the night sky, weaving into a net of light. Fu Qingjin looked back in surprise. All he saw was the streaks of light shooting through the air in a slight arc. As he cast down a net for Li Qingshan, he never thought he would charge into Li Qingshan's net first. P.S. I've been adjusting my schedule recently, so I definitely can't stay up late anymore. It's good for the body to sleep early and wake up early, though I keep feeling a little sleepy. To be continued. Chapter 441. The cauldron-shaped bronze cauldron mountain shone with dazzling light, like a volcano erupting violently. The ruins turned to dust in the light before flying into the sky. All traces of human activity were wiped away in that instant, condensing into a layer of crystal. Li Qingshan cast his gaze at the rolling dust. Fu Qingjin had not managed to escape in time. The green ruins sword pointed at the sky, standing before Fu Qingjin. One side of his clothes and hair fluttered in the wind, while the other side turned into specks of light that scattered and condensed. In the final moment, he had unleashed the green ruins illusion. Even when he was struck by the light, he only scattered into specks of light. Keep firing. Li Qingshan swung his blade and roared. No matter how powerful the green ruins sword was, its power was not endless. It seemed invincible only because it had not been forced to the limit. He wanted to test the limits of the green ruins sword and not waste this heaven-sent opportunity. The light fell like rain, pouring onto the top of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. The rumbling shook through the surroundings as the mountain was shaved off layer by layer. Fu Qingjin's body constantly dispersed and condensed. His expression remained the same the entire time. This continued for 15 minutes. Fu Qingjin frowned, and the green ruins sword in his hand thrummed gently. He had never thought he would end up in such a predicament due to a moment of carelessness. North Moon, I've underestimated you. He bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of essence blood onto the green ruins sword. The sword shone with green light, and he became one with it, turning into a streak of green light that rushed into the sky. Now, Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. Having been charging up for a very long time, he suddenly unfurled his wings of wind and swung out with the blood-red blade, forcefully severing the green light. Fu Qingjin smiled instead of becoming angry. The green ruins sword rippled with rings of green light. The abandoned palace and city. It unfurled in the air. In a daze, Li Qingshan fell into the green ruins illusion again. Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo walked through the air, following closely behind. They were ready to swing their weapons at Fu Qingjin, but they missed. They directly passed through the green light and looked back in shock. The green ruins illusion was like a mirage in the sky, visible but unreachable. Fu Qingjin said faintly, even if there are 10,000 people, only one can face me in the end. Are you ready? North Moon. At this moment, many Foundation establishment cultivators arrived and saw the tragic state of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Looking at the illusory realm in the sky, he didn't know what to do. Yi Liubo shouted, "Quick, open up the netherworld path." Although he had never clashed with Fu Qingjin before, this liaison of the Sword Collection Palace was renowned underground. He had clashed with Strong Stone and Blood Shadow several times, and he had gained the upper hand every single time. Although he had failed to kill the two diamonds, he had forced them back underground every single time, and they would even be slightly injured. There's no need. Li Qingshan stared at Fu Qingjin and said indifferently. The green ruins illusion was different from formations. It was completely under Fu Qingjin's control. Even if they forced their way in, they would be expelled. From now on, Yi Liusu will be in command. Kill and injure the Demon Slayer cultivators as much as possible. Yes, Liusu. Yi Liusu leapt towards the Foundation establishment cultivators who had come to provide assistance. The other night roamers followed close behind. She had already merged with the darkness in the air, vanishing. The Foundation establishment cultivators' expressions changed drastically. They had never seen so many tribulation-level night roamer assassins appear together. Mountainous Sword Chi. A middle-aged cultivator in daoist robes drew his sword from its sheath. It turned into numerous blurs, wrapping around him like a mountain of swords. If he were up against a few night roamers, this move would be enough to defend himself. Night roamers were not skilled in direct attacks, but right now, he was up against several dozen of the strongest night roamer assassins. Clang, 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 clang. A series of weapons collided. The night roamer assassins flashed like ghosts, forcefully pushing back the mountainous sword chi. The middle-aged cultivator was shocked. He took out a handful of thunderbolt seeds from his 100 treasures pouch and scattered them. With a series of rumbles, he cut off the night roamer's attacks. He rode his sword away in a hurry. Yi Liubo snorted coldly, abandoning her sword and wielding a bow. She drew it to a full crescent, and a black arrow had already condensed between her two fingers. Behind her, over a dozen Night Roamer assassins did the same. Among Night Roamers, archery was something they had to learn since they were young. A black rain of arrows pierced through the smoke from the explosions, leaving behind black trajectories silently. The middle-aged cultivator called out to the backs of the other Foundation establishment cultivators, "Save me, fellow cultivator." The other Foundation establishment cultivators fled into the distance without even looking back, thinking that it was better for them to die than for themselves. They had not lost their minds when they risked their lives against several dozen Night Roamers undergoing the heavenly tribulation. The middle-aged cultivator blocked a few arrows with all his might. His daoist robes fluttered. It was actually an extremely rare supreme-grade protective spiritual artifact, which helped him block 7 or 8 arrows. If it were a one-on-one battle, he would basically be undefeatable, but faced with an absolute disparity in numbers, the daoist robes did not have the time to recover at all. The rain of arrows tore through it in a single moment, turning the middle-aged cultivator into a hornet's nest as he fell out of the sky. As for his fellow Taoists, they could not escape easily either. The 6 matriarchs went to block their way. Speed was their advantage, and there were not many opportunities for them to kill a Foundation establishment cultivator so easily. "Do you think you can disturb my mind like this?" Fu Qingjin said as he constantly used the Green Ruins illusion to recover the power he had lost just now. "I've never thought about disturbing your mind. How about it? You didn't expect this, did you?" Li Qingshan laid out his hands, actually not taking the initiative to attack. Instead, he began chatting with Fu Qingjin with great interest. He had never been one to waste his breath. He deeply detested the foolishness of talking nonsense and putting on an act even when he possessed an absolute advantage, only for his opponent to turn the tables on him. It was the exact opposite. After witnessing Fu Qingjin's speed just now, he understood he had no so-called advantage. Even if he threw his life on the line against Fu Qingjin right now, Fu Qingjin was bent on fleeing, he still would not be able to stop him. At their realm of cultivation, this was most situations in one-on-one situations. Victory was easy, but life or death was difficult. However, to Li Qingshan, winning a single battle was completely meaningless. As a result, he purposefully gave Li Qingshan the hope that Qingjin would kill him just to keep him here. His helper was already on the way. When he saw Fu Qingjin, Li Qingshan understood that this was a heaven-sent opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the demon slayer. His doppelganger began to take action underground. The helper he was looking for was not Little Anne. In the underground cavern, Blood Shadow looked coldly at Li Qingshan. "You dare come to my territory? Fu Qingjin is at Bronze Cauldron Mountain, facing off against my main body. If you want revenge, come," Li Qingshan said. Only with Blood Shadow's uncanny speed could he catch up to Fu Qingjin and end his life. "Are you serious?" Blood Shadow's expression changed. His hatred for Li Qingshan was no less than his hatred for Fu Qingjin. Both of them had humiliated him in the past. "It's up to you whether you believe me or not." Li Qingshan turned around and left. Blood Shadow arrived before him in a flash. "Where are you going?" "I'm obviously going to find Strong Stone and Dragon's Nail." "Oh right, and Marum Spider Queen as well. I want to tell her that a good opportunity for a counterattack has come." Li Qingshan made his way around Blood Shadow and flew off. He did not know any battle tactics or strategy. He just suddenly discovered he had a good hand, so he wanted to win it all. War was not a game that could be won through schemes and schemes. So-called strategic planning was nowhere near as profound as described in novels. It was always filled with variables. A single coincidence could change the course of the war. What truly determined victory was still the strength of both sides. At the very least, at this moment, the United Night Roamers were even more powerful than the disloyal Demon Slayer. It only took Fu Qingjin a moment to understand all of this. He even managed to guess some of Li Qingshan's intentions. However, he remained as calm as still water. Instead, he smiled. "I know what you're thinking, but even if the Blood Demon and the Rock Demon come together, you won't be able to kill me. I might as well try. Li Qingshan sat down on the moss-covered steps. I hope your subordinates are as tough as you. You're just arrogant because of a sword. Deep underground, Strong Stone smiled viciously. You want me to assist you? No. I'd advise you to take this opportunity to attack the other sects. Now is the best opportunity. Li Qingshan turned around and left. Strong Stone was unable to keep up with the speed of Fu Qingjin's flying sword, and the power of the Stone of Slaughter probably would not be of much use either. However, there was nothing better than taking down a sect by force. Fu Qingjin was right. He was not confident he could kill them right from the beginning, but he could at least destroy the Demon Slayer. A gentleman's life is not different, and he's good at faking things. Do you think you're just relying on yourself? Fu Qingjin said slowly. He arrived on the broken wall to Li Qingshan's right and sat down. He smiled. A group of Foundation establishment cultivators aren't as important as you imagine them to be. Compared to them, I still care more about you. In just a few short years, you've gone from a demonic beast to such a level. That's just shocking. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow and smiled. They're very important to me. Without these battles and so many spoils of war, he would not be where he was right now. Is it because of the pill that the cat demon gave you? No, it's nowhere near enough. You must have had other fortuitous encounters, Fu Qingjin muttered to himself. Of course I'm blessed. Li Qingshan gazed down unconcernedly. The Foundation establishment cultivators were like deer surrounded by a pack of wolves. They gradually gave in, and another one died. Oh right, do you know who killed the soaring dragon elder? Fu Qingjin suddenly asked. He held the Xieji's horn in his sleeve. He had stayed here precisely to get to the bottom of this. To the Sword Collection Palace, this was the most important. Just now, he had only said so much to prepare for this question. He wanted to catch them off guard. The enemy obviously would not tell him the truth, but with the Xieji's horn, he believed he could get to the bottom of it. Li Qingshan wanted to say something, but he thought of something and shut his mouth. He even closed his eyes. He could not afford to be careless when speaking to someone like that. A green light flickered through Fu Qingjin's eyes. He smiled. All right, I think I understand now. You're actually not someone who's good at hiding things. That person is the source of all your power, right? Li Qingshan snapped open his eyes. What's that in your hand? Chapter 442. Li Qingshan swung his right hand, and the wall shattered loudly. Fu Qingjin turned into specks of green light and flew around Li Qingshan, condensing into Fu Qingjin's face. He said, You think you're already powerful enough, but you're actually alone and without help. Fu Qingjin, you sure like to talk nonsense. How can the strong and the weak, life and death be determined by your mouth? Speak with your sword. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He swung the blood-red blade about, striking every speck of green light with great precision. The green light split into two again, becoming even more chaotic. The light from the blade followed it like a shadow, striking it at the same time. The green light split into four again, and the light from the blade split as well. The light from the blade burst out wildly, but Li Qingshan's eyes remained calm, shining with a faint blue light. Time seemed to be being pulled, becoming extremely slow. The trajectory of every speck of green light became extremely clear. Clang. With a metallic clang, the green ruin's sword condensed from the specks of green light collided with the blood-red blade. Fu Qingjin flew backwards, slightly surprised. He finally lost his composure. The realm of intricacy. Fu Qingjin's strength did not come from the green ruin's sword alone. It also came from the Sword Collection Palace's deep heritage and the elite education it provided to the disciples carefully selected. If the 100 schools of thought and small sects were akin to regular schools, then the Sword Collection Palace was akin to training for geniuses. In regular schools, students who could memorize the formulas and use them flexibly could be considered good students. The latter, on the other hand, had to understand the formulas themselves under the guidance of a teacher to be considered qualified. At the same level of cultivation, their strength was completely different. Even if Fu Qingjin only wielded a regular spiritual sword, it would be very difficult for regular Foundation establishment cultivators to defeat him. The realm of intricacy. Is that what you call it? After reaching the fourth layer of the spirit turtle, Li Qingshan could experience life and death with a single thought. He could experience endless, profound changes in extreme stillness. If he used it on the spirit turtle's demon core, he would be able to detect danger with even greater sensitivity. If he used it on the spirit turtle's profound shell, he would be able to reflect an enemy's attack. Just now, he used it on his blade style to force back Fu Qingjin. He couldn't tell if it was talent or something else. Today. Finally, Fu Qingjin gave an explanation. I have to admit that you are indeed an enemy that can threaten me. Towards such an enemy, I usually show some respect. However, this is not your fortune. Fu Qingjin's gaze was as sharp as a sword, and the fingers of his left hand formed a sword. The green ruin's sword in his right hand pointed backwards. Li Qingshan slashed down with his saber, and the blood-red saber aura that resembled a waterfall was deflected. Blood splattered everywhere. The green ruin's illusory realm was dyed red. The green ruin's tribulation. Wan Jiansheng. Fu Qingjin chanted in a low voice and stabbed out with his sword. The green radiance and the saber aura clashed fiercely. The green radiance flashed and pierced through the saber aura, heading straight for Li Qingshan's forehead. Li Qingshan tilted his head and dodged it. He took a step forward and was about to land on the ground. Suddenly, a green ruin's sword rushed into the air. He turned around. He leaned back and the sword light brushed past his face. Before his feet had even landed on the ground, streaks of green light burst out of the earth. Each sword was faster than the last. Li Qingshan's footsteps changed gracefully, weaving through the light like a vicious tiger through the jungle. He strode forward steadily, his gaze fixed on Fu Qingjin the entire time. The light became even denser. He casually swung the blood-red blade, carving out a path in the jungle. He mocked loudly, "Is this my misfortune? Then I sure am lucky." Fu Qingjin smiled. The show has only just begun. He formed a seal with his hand and pointed at the sky. The green ruin's swords flew into the air one by one, hovering there. They turned around together and pointed their tips at Li Qingshan, turning into a rain of swords. They thrummed as they descended rapidly. Li Qingshan frowned. He turned around quickly and swung the blood-red blade around like a wheel, knocking away the rain of swords. The intense sounds of metal colliding rang out without end. However, the rain of swords seemed endless. With Li Qingshan at the center, countless green ruins swords lined up neatly in a sword formation, flying over from every angle and direction. Even when they were knocked away, they would only adjust their direction and rearrange themselves. Fu Qingjin only smiled faintly. Li Qingshan's figure was gradually swallowed by the green ruin's swords. The roar of the tiger demon pierced through the clouds. The sword formation paused, and Li Qingshan unfurled his wings of wind and broke out of the formation. He arrived above Fu Qingjin in a flash and swung down. Before the blade could land, Fu Qingjin turned into green light and dispersed, merging with the green ruin's swords. The countless green ruin's swords gathered into a long dragon, flickering with green light as it lunged over. With the green light imbued in the swords, even with the blood-red blade in hand, Li Qingshan struggled to injure him. In the green ruin's illusion, Fu Qingjin's power could be replenished endlessly, while Li Qingshan's connection with the spiritual qi of the world was completely cut off. Every bit of demon qi he used would be a bit less. Fu Qingjin was in an undefeatable position right from the beginning, which was why he could converse with Li Qingshan so easily, like a hunter looking at prey in a trap. As for Li Qingshan, he was unable to even use his innate ability of the strength of the earth. He really did seem like he had fallen into a trap. In the face of danger, Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly cleared up. The blood-red blade that he relied on to clash with the green ruin's swords drooped down, as if he had given up on clashing with Fu Qingjin. It was an ordinary punch, and with every inch it moved forward, it seemed to have to pause for a moment and grow a bit larger. At first glance, it seemed to have a kind of sluggish feeling. Fu Qingjin smiled inside. He was using his body to face the green ruin's swords. Was this the final, frenzied struggle of a cornered beast? The moment the fist and the swords collided, something unexpected happened. The Green Ruins' swords shattered one by one. Before the tips of the swords could even touch Li Qingshan's fist, they were shattered and destroyed by an invisible force. The moment the swords shattered, even the green light that resided within them was extinguished bit by bit. Cracks spread rapidly, and everywhere they passed, the broken walls collapsed and shattered into pieces of green light. The rumble reached hundreds of kilometers away. It was even louder than the tiger demon's furious roar, as if an invisible bell had been struck. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled up. He had never used his most destructive power, the power of tremors, precisely for this opportunity. With his realm of intricacy, he layered the power of tremors on top of each other. Even a mountain could collapse. Li Qingshan completely destroyed the sword dragon in a single stroke. In a single moment, all the swords were destroyed, revealing the original form of the Green Ruins sword. Li Qingshan sneered and converted all of his demon qi into the power of tremors, pouring it into the Green Ruins sword viciously. The Green Ruins sword thrummed and flew back into Fu Qingjin's hand. His tattered, green robes were in tatters, no longer graceful at all. His face was completely drained of blood. He was heavily injured. In the Green Ruins illusion, he had dispersed his original body into specks of green light to avoid damage, which instead allowed Li Qingshan's power of tremors to unleash its full potential. However, the damage the Green Ruins sword suffered directly reached his mind, which made him extremely surprised and furious. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "What is this power?" "Ask the King of Hell." Li Qingshan lunged over and turned into his original form over 30 meters tall. He had a head of bronze and a forehead of steel, with sharp teeth and claws. He was like a black, demonic tiger, roaring madly. The tiger's tail swept up the blood-red blade, turning into a blurry blood shadow and swinging it towards Fu Qingjin's waist. The tiger's claws lunged out, ready to be unleashed with the power of tremors. His entire body was a weapon for killing. "Wretched demon!" Fu Qingjin bellowed out, and the surrounding ruins twisted into green light. The entire Green Ruins illusion turned into a sea of sword qi, surging towards Li Qingshan and surrounding him. Chapter 443. The battle on the ground had ended a long time ago. The Foundation establishment cultivators who had come to provide support had all died. When the other Foundation establishment cultivators of the Demon Slayer saw this, none of them dared to get any closer. They flew in the air and watched from afar. At this moment, the east was beginning to glow. The night roamers no longer dared to disperse. They only stood below Bronze Cauldron Mountain, gazing at the battle in the Green Ruins illusion in the sky. The surroundings seemed to have become a stage. Everyone else hid below the stage, acting as spectators. Li Qingshan and Fu Qingjin stood in the center of the stage, drawing over everyone's gazes. Their victory would determine the situation in the Clear River Prefecture, as well as the fates of countless people. There were even a few spectators who hid in the darkness, silently hiding their existences as they watched on with their own thoughts. The Green Ruins illusion had turned into a sea of sword qi, reaching everywhere and enveloping Li Qingshan. Yi Liubu's heart suddenly leapt into her throat. She murmured to herself, "Master is undefeatable." Yi Liusu patted her shoulder. "You're right. Believe in him." Li Qingshan's tiger tail swept around the blood-red blade, conjuring up layers of blood-red light that clashed with the sword qi and melted it away. He swung his fists and stamped his feet like a demon, bombarding the space there and creating cracks. Tremors surged out in all directions, destroying the layers of sword qi. With a wild roar, the sound waves pierced through the sea of sword qi, revealing the dark blue sky of dawn. However, before he could even admire it, he suddenly shuddered. A piercing killing intent assaulted him from behind. Fu Qingjin leapt out of the sea of sword qi, stepping on the green ripples. The Green Ruins sword was like a green bolt of lightning that pierced through the night. The sea of sword qi dispersed with the strike, all gathering on the sword as it tore through the air. The pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell gathered into a mirror wall, clearly reflecting Fu Qingjin's figure. Fu Qingjin was not as slow-witted as Strong Stone, so he immediately sensed it. The figure in the mirror actually possessed the same bearing as him. Fu Qingjin's gaze turned cold. No matter what kind of mystical ability you have, I won't be able to defeat you. How could it block the edge of the Green Ruin's sword? Break. The tips of the swords met, and ripples spread out on the surface of the mirror. The Fu Qingjin in the mirror also distorted and disappeared. With a catcher sound, cracks extended and the mirror shattered with a loud bang. Fu Qingjin's face was devoid of any joy, and his heart sank. Li Qingshan laughed loudly, revealing his fangs. His blood saber spat out 100-foot-long saber energy and slashed at Fu Qingjin. Die. Even with Li Qingshan's meticulous mental control over the spirit turtle's profound shell, it still struggled to block the full-powered thrust of a powerful treasure like the Green Ruin's sword. However, it was enough. Fu Qingjin's Shawkill sword was thwarted, and his sword aura and sword intent were no longer as sharp as before. In a battle between experts, there was only a thin line. Dang! With the clang of metal, the 3-meter-long blade fell from the sky. Li Qingshan's attack failed to land on Fu Qingjin, landing on the Green Ruin's sword. At the very last moment, Fu Qingjin merged with the sword, hiding in the Green Ruin's sword and surviving, but he was rather heavily injured. Li Qingshan cursed him for being shameless and bellowed out, "Stop him!" Little did he know that his abilities were also extremely shameless in Fu Qingjin's eyes. The night roamers did not respond slowly. Before he could even give the order, he had already taken off, but the Green Ruin's sword was even faster. With a twist and turn in the air, it passed through the layers of night roamers like a bolt of lightning, flying off towards the southeast. Their strength was slightly weaker. If it were not for an assassination or an ambush, it would be very difficult for them to stop the escape of experts with their advantage in numbers alone. Li Qingshan cursed, "Blood Shadow, you fucking watched enough already." With a cold snort, Blood Shadow shot off. With his speed, he would have arrived a long time ago. However, he was only too eager for Li Qingshan to be finished off by Fu Qingjin so that he could reap the benefits. Why would he work with Li Qingshan? Now that he saw an opportunity, he refused to let Fu Qingjin go just like that. With a flash, Blood Shadow intercepted the Green Ruin's sword. The cloak on his back unfurled, turning into a blood-red screen that enveloped the Green Ruin's sword. There was nothing the Green Ruin's sword could not pierce, but against the blood-red light, it faltered. It darted left and right, searching for an opening. Fu Qingjin had clashed with Blood Shadow several times, so he understood that the screen of blood could corrupt weapons. Regular spiritual artifacts would lose all of their spirituality the moment they came into contact with it, reduced to a piece of ordinary metal. It was more terrifying than any damage. If it were in the past, Fu Qingjin would not have cared. With the protection of the sword chi and light, he could just go back and refine it for a few days at most. However, the Green Ruin's sword had been damaged time and time again today. The sword chi and light had already dimmed to the limit. Now that it was covered by the tainted blood, it would truly be gone. Fu Qingjin, to think you'd have such a day. Blood Shadow snickered sinisterly and pulled back the screen of blood. Fu Qingjin had already become a sitting duck, forced to reveal himself. Now that he was in dire straits, he instead recovered his composure and flew towards Blood Shadow. Why would Blood Shadow be afraid of an injured Fu Qingjin? He smiled viciously in response. This was the perfect opportunity for him to kill his enemy and take revenge. Li Qingshan reverted to his original form and lunged down with his wings of wind. He could not let Blood Shadow get away with Fu Qingjin 100 treasures pouch. At this moment, a sense of danger filled his head. He forcefully came to a halt and flew backwards. Blood Shadow was confused. He approached Fu Qingjin in the blink of an eye. Fu Qingjin held a scarlet talisman in his hand in his sleeve, and the inscriptions on it suddenly lit up. The light illuminated the surroundings. A streak of scorching white lightning as thick as a water tank coiled around for several hundred meters, like a dragon. Immediately, the vicious smile on Blood Shadow's face turned into fear. By the time he returned to his senses, the lightning dragon had already pierced his chest. Fu Qingjin brushed past Blood Shadow. He did not even waste the slightest bit of strength to swing his sword. Only after what seemed like a very long time did a rumble of thunder appear out of nowhere, shaking up the surroundings. Li Qingshan was taken aback. Not only was it a scarlet talisman, but it was probably a mid or even high-grade one. If Fu Qingjin had used it right from the beginning, the outcome would have been difficult to predict. His joy of victory vanished, replaced by caution. In the end, he had still underestimated the sword collection palace. Fu Qingjin broke free, but he did not flee. He stood in the air, but his face was filled with indescribable sorrow. There was even a hint of vexation on his face. After witnessing the power of the lightning dragon talisman, no one dared to approach him carelessly anymore. A while later, Fu Qingjin did something that no one had expected. He bowed deeply towards Li Qingshan in the distance. North Moon, I apologize to you for my underestimation of you in the past. Li Qingshan was mildly surprised. Are you begging for mercy? Fu Qingjin said, No, this is a challenge. Then take out your talisman and fight me for another 300 round. Li Qingshan was fearless. His blood was boiling. Fu Qingjin said, as a sword cultivator, you're not allowed to use external objects unless you're on the verge of death. This is an unwritten rule of the sword collection palace. Li Qingshan crossed his arms and sneered, then doesn't that rule mean that it's useless to you? Stop putting on an act. Feel free to use whatever you've got. If it's not enough, I can get the sword collection palace to give it to you. I, Fu Qingjin, swear that I will not use any external objects, nor will I rely on anyone else. I will use this sword to defeat you. Fu Qingjin raised his sword high into the air as his green robes fluttered. At that moment, his dispiritedness, indifference, and dejection had all vanished. He had recovered the bearing of a swordsman. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.